Alright, welcome back guys to another Assassin's Creed Valhalla stream. Hey Max, welcome in dude, and good day to you. But yeah, today we're gonna be continuing here with the Asgard dream, which is the first dream for Eivor, and it kind of puts us into the shoes of Odin during the times of Isu 75,000 years ago, through the mythological veil of the Norse. And yeah, we're right in the middle of it. We started it last time but didn't really get too far in it. So the plan for today is to finish off the Odin dream, and then also make a start on the next story arc within England as well.
With us!
Hey there pigs, welcome in dude. Indeed, continuing today with Odin's dreams here. Or rather Odin's memories and Eivor's dreams.
Búa við nú höllina.
Go, Sunan.
Finally platinumed Syndicate and started to play the Jack Ripper DLC, which you're having quite fun with. How's Valhalla going? Oh, that's excellent in picks. Congratulations on finishing Syndicate with all of the achievements. It's definitely a feat, especially considering the kind of challenges that you have. Where you have to like, you know, destroy like 1,000 destructibles or something, or like 10,000. I don't know how many it was, but that one took me a while to get. But yeah, Valhalla's going good. We're just getting started really. But gonna continue today with the Asgard storyline of Odin. So quite excited to continue here because yeah, there's lots of important foreshadowing happening here. 5,000? Ah, okay, yeah. Yeah, I just ended up circling around the market area because it was like full of kind of like merchant stores. But yeah, took me a couple hours for sure.
Witness the wolf from the well!
Is that the same wolf as before? How did it grow so fast?
Look at the size of this beautiful creature. Impressive, isn't it?
Clear eyes, strong haunches. It must come from powerful stock.
You fools. It could swallow the moon next month if it continues to grow like this.
I know your mind, Javi, but this wolf is not your enemy. The signs of Ragnarok, when it comes, will be clear for all to see.
Tyr, you roll bones in a game you do not understand.
That may be, but I'll assume the risk. If there's a price to be paid, I'll pay it.
It's the Jotnar that trouble us now. Have you spoken with the builder?
The builder, yes. Is Freya nearby?
She's teaching Thor about organizing armies. A battle they're both losing.
Come along then. You must all hear what I have to say.
Kind of love when Loki is like, it must come from powerful stock. Like, you can just hear how proud he is of, you know, his son Fenrir, in a way. So you can't really help but feel kind of like bad for Loki in a way, because, I mean, he has to hide his children, you know, and then also has to kind of like watch his son be in cage, you know. But, yeah, you can definitely understand why Loki would be angry with Odin here, you know. Because Odin is just being selfish and wanting to prevent his death. And because of that, he's basically eradicating every wolf that he can. Even the ones that might have been innocent. And by doing that, you know, he's kind of like signing his own fate. Because now this wolf has a reason to be angry with him.
You spoke with the builder. You saw his work.
I did.
And the sacred water, was it put to use?
It was.
Your tongue is shorter than your temper today, Javi.
Indeed.
These markings are your warriors. Now here we have the four corners of the sky, held up by Ostri, Vestri, Northri, Southri.
Enough of this sorcery, woman. Just point me towards the enemy and I will handle them.
Havi, you look troubled.
The builder gave me a demonstration of his magic. He conjured a shield that killed invaders on contact.
That would do well for us.
But your expression says otherwise.
I fear the price is too high.
What does he want?
You.
Me?
Does he take us for slavers? I will smash his skull till he shits out brains!
Now hold on, everyone. Let's weigh
Do
the...
not finish that thought. What was your reply?
I told him it was your choice alone.
You didn't refuse him outright?
Didn't. Because I'm Odin.
I evaded his question to gain us time. Time to devise a better idea.
One that does not involve selling off your queen, I trust.
How about I beat on his liver till he builds us a wall for free?
Might we consider...
I will not barter with my body.
That would be a first.
Hold on. I've got it. The blunt end of my hammer on his family stones.
You are overthinking this, all of you. Give this builder an impossible task, a deadline of, say, 9 days. When he forfeits, as he no doubt will, Freya remains free, and we may finish his work as intended.
He would be mad or stupid to agree.
You underestimate men of intellect, Lord of Storms. The builder is a proud man. He won't back down from a challenge.
I do not like this.
Nor do I, but we must act. Loki, bring this offer to the builder.
Your will is my deed, Rune Writer.
You grapple with forces outside your control.
You were eager to see the deal done.
We're Aesir. She's Vani.
Watch out! Keep your distance!
The wolf! Shit!
Tyr, stand back! I'll get it!
Wolf! Wolf!
Out of the way! The wolf is mine!
Stand clear! I will catch it. The size of that beast! A worthy hunt.
The final blow
Sharpen
is
my axe
mine.
with your teeth, beast!
Do not fight the beast! Leave it to me! Are you the wolf foretold? Are you my doom? Are you destined to destroy me? I am the Death Walker. I am the living ghost. I cannot die. We will see which is stronger, your fate or my will.
Heck? He's teleporting.
If I spare your life, will you do the same?
Kinda interesting hearing Odin kind of like rethink if he should kill the wolf or not. I guess he would definitely do it for a promise or for like knowing, you know, it would lead to that result. What the fuck? Game. Seriously. Got ported out of the area. Amazing. No idea how far away. Yeah, of course. How we failed it. What the fuck? It never ever happening to me before. Or have I seen this happening? Yeah, no kidding here, Bix. But yeah, she's the Queen of Asgard after all. Hit back. Oh, rod number 2, I guess. Hey there, Seraph. Welcome in.
I've warned you well, and look where it has led!
Harvey, stop! Stay your ex!
Out of my way, Loki!
You swore an oath to never spill my blood.
Step aside, and I won't have to.
This is my blood!
What?
He is my son! Bastard!
Dear, you've cared for this wolf. You will be his jailer. Take it to Lingby. Find it there. Make sure it never leaves the island. I can speak with the dwarf Ivaldi. May he find a more permanent solution.
Come, boy. You're safe with me.
Be kind, Justice Pringle.
Loki, there will be a reckoning.
Of this, I have no doubt.
And this cutscene every single time. Honestly, one of my favorites in the game.
The skies darken like an ill omen. My impossible task grows more urgent.
Because it's just such a has such importance for the overall storyline here for Valhalla, right? Like, you know, kind of like what Loki felt in this moment has really taken over Basim, apparently, of course. And that emotion was so strong that, you know, Loki could take over. Whereas, you know, Odin kind of like being selfish and arrogant, you know, couldn't take over Eivor because Eivor couldn't really agree with, you know, kind of that sentiment. that's kind of a moment, you know, that made Loki go like 4 against Odin. It was a yeet. Yeah, no kidding. Like, I'm not quite sure if that was intended or not. Because it didn't actually fail the fight, it just kind of like gave Benedict time to heal himself. But, yeah, it's funny. So the reason we called Harvey is because Harvey is like another name for Odin. A lot of the gods had like different names they were called by. I guess Odin might have been the most common one. But yeah, Harvey's just like another iteration, really.
Harvey, tell this rumpcloud he can't just wander about Asgard, poking his pecker into every cavern he pleases.
I was only curious, dwarf. I meant no offense. I'm merely a seeker of knowledge.
The dwarves give nothing away for free.
Apologies for the distraction, Master Blacksmith. I'll leave you to your work.
Well, what shall I craft for you today, High One? Bottomless breeches for soiling yourself on the battlefield?
Hey there, dehydrated cat. Welcome in. I'm excited for the new AC game set in feudal Japan. It's made by the team that did Odyssey. I'm definitely not as excited about it as I am for Hexe or Mirage, to be honest. Because while I did enjoy the RPG games, I kind of prefer like a fresh or kind of like old direction of Assassin's Creed more. It focuses a bit more on like stealth, linear narrative, and parkour and stuff. But I would think that it's probably still a good game, like gameplay-wise, you know, for the RPG direction. But yeah, I'm definitely most excited for Hexe because of the setting and because of Moncho, the team behind the other AC games, working on it. And I'm also definitely excited for Mirage because I really enjoyed Basim as a character in this game. And I think Baghdad as a setting sounds very exciting. Feudal Japan, I don't know. Definitely something that was requested a lot, but I feel like it would probably be better not to make it as an RPG. But yeah. Because I think when people kind of like requested an AC set in Japan, they thought more about like, you know, old school AC gameplay, focusing lots of stealth and yeah, kind of like very lethal and quick, you know, kills. And in an RPG that can sometimes be tricky, you know, if like something like assassin damage is tied to your stats. And how much you damage you deal, then that's not very lethal, I guess. What about you, Vo? Are you excited for that game?
What were you and the builder discussing?
Harvey, my gentle jailer. You know we dwarves give nothing away for free. If you want your question answered, I'll need something in return.
Such as?
A hidden fact known only to you, Farseer. That I may share in your secret knowledge of the world.
The humans will survive Ragnarok in force, taking shelter in Hutimir's forest, eating morning dew until their race is renewed.
The humans are a hearty people indeed. Much stronger than we give them credit for. So, you asked what that sack of sheep guts was after? He wanted to know how magic affected your Hugr.
Why would he want to know the effect of magic on my spirit?
Not just you, Harvey. The lot of you. Aesir and Vanir alike. I told him to shovel his shit somewhere else. Now if that's all you came to know, you can piss off and let me work.
I have one more need. Can you forge me an unbreakable chain?
Chains are overrated. One weak link and it's worthless. Let me craft a cord that Thor himself could not break.
It must be strong enough to bind a powerful beast.
I will sluice my sweat into this cord, Harvey. All knowledge I have and skill I own will define it. And what will I get in return?
Yeah, you will get your freedom. You are a big fan of Odyssey and Valhalla and can't wait to see the iteration of Japan. But we'll probably not see it until 2024, but you're excited for Mirage and Baghdad like you said. Yeah, fair enough. It's probably gonna be a while. Which is why they're still called codename so and so. But yeah, I think it's definitely interesting having them being announced this early in development. I think it's nice to know like what you can look forward to, because it raises like less questions about the future of a franchise and what's gonna happen. But yeah, honestly, I thought it was the right call to kind of like separate Montreal and Quebec productions, because early in the year when lots of Montreal people left and Quebec kind of like took over the franchise in a way, it made it seem like Quebec was in charge and Montreal was like assisting them. But yeah, it seems like they're still sticking with like separate entries and focusing on separate ways of making an Assassin's Creed game. So Quebec of course really pushing for RPG, they're gonna continue doing that. And with Montreal, you know, they're gonna try to innovate and go for fresh kind of like gameplay. So yeah, I think people can just choose, I guess, what they're more into. It makes sense to split the games into two sections, RPG and more original style. It's a win-win. They make money, more money playing with fans playing the games they want. Yeah, I agree. You know, because they're also being very transparent about it, so people will definitely know what they can expect. And yeah, for me that's definitely, you know I'm gonna go with Hexer over Red. But you know, if Red is promising, then I might still check it out. But yeah, I at least know with Quebec, you know, that I don't have to expect anything story-wise, so for me it's not really on the priority list.
Make good on your claim, and your contract is fulfilled.
I smell bait. What's the trap?
No trap, no trickery. Forge me this cord, and you shall be free of my service.
To craft such a cord, I'll need a few impossible ingredients.
Name them.
Either list there. I have a bear's tendon, a fish's breath, and...
A cat's footsteps, and the root of a mountain. How do I find these?
How the fuck would I know? The riddles will guide you.
I have no patience for riddles, dwarf.
Those riddles are as ancient as the world, with lore passed down from Niji and Nidi to Northri and Sudri, Austri and Vestri, Althjover.
I understand. I will return shortly.
Valin, Beivor, Bavor, Bombur, Nori, Anand Annar, Ai, Mjolvitnir, Veigen, Gandalfur, Bindalfur, Thrain, Deck and Thorin, Thror, Vit and Lit, Nar and Nyrath, Regin and Radsvider.
Oh, that's a short line.
Fast about this land, my friend. Well done, Odin. 10 out of 10 parkour abilities.
Þá fjandinn stregur upp. Mun það vera allt sem maður getur gert eiga.
Þykist mér að hann veiti hvað sé kamr? Eða hvað á hann að gera við allir saman? Á hann að láta Vigdís í friði? Eða drepa eitthvað sig?
Right, there's the cat's footfall.
One of Freya's statues. Who put you up here, little cat? So that's how it is. Lead the way, nimble one. Where are you leading me? Nowhere to go but down. I have it. Who knew you could capture a sound?
Thanks for the footfall, cat. Kind of funny compared it afterwards. Okay, let's go ahead and have a look here at the skill tab. Also got 6 to spend. Kind of want to go for the dodge roll ability, right? Alright, and then we also need to find the root of a mountain. We have to follow the riddle that he put into our inventory. Traded in rock, at Asgard's highest height. Seed sleeps in Emir's cold grip. Warm it awake, bring it to water, for old bone to sprout with new life. So the highest peak. It is, I believe, down here.
Surveying the area, Sunan.
He has made the base already? The builder works fast. A bit too fast.
Indeed. Hey, the court. Welcome in. Yeah, kind of funny again. Get to ride, you know, reindeer. But yeah, Valhalla in general has some interesting mounts you can get. Yeah, the Helix you can also get tigers and wolves and all that type of stuff. And it's like, yeah, sure. Makes sense.
Greybeard! I see you there!
Thor! Why do you call?
A challenge! Will you face me in fighting?
I will accept your challenge and teach you a lesson through humiliation. Now speak, that I might hear the strength of your convictions.
Come and flight me, All-Father! It's time to perform! I'm the ruler of thunder, you're caught in the storm! Cross the water and meet me, I'll show you my might!
Oh, beware what you ask for! I will finish the fight!
Not bad, old man! I have slain giants and monsters. I am endlessly brave. I am adored by the masses from warrior to slave. You are the worst of the Aesir, a coddled old clod.
You're an angry young cretin, your envy is clear. Right.
I'm as wise as an owl! You're a fool of a god!
You were lucky. Shame serves as your shadow wherever you roam. Your failure's the point, and I'll hammer it home. You're a simpering greybeard who will soon meet his end.
All your victories not what my visions portend.
Better than I thought.
Describe defeat for me, Thor. I do not know the taste.
This setback will only drive me to get better, to get stronger, and I will return and crush you with my wit.
Actually, really enjoy that fighting battle here. Personally, the giant frog mount. Oh yeah, that'd be definitely fitting. Personally, I want a crocodile as a mount, you know, that I can ride. Because then I can also swim.
This place is heavily guarded. This is the mountain I seek. There's no higher peak.
What is going on now?
Here! You pay the blood price!
how do we get inside here? Wonder. Wallet stock. As your runes are powerful but flawed, flaws we could turn to our advantage. Learn what you can from the dwarves. They guard their secrets jealously but may open to bribery. The limits of Vanir magic are still unknown. Poisoning by alliance with the Aesir remains our best strategy.
Best not to draw attention here.
Yeah, quite the climb to say the least. But it's the highest point in Asgard for a reason. It's actually crazy how much XP you get from just like looting all the Emir stones. Not gonna do that, but Definitely is quite a nice XP boost if you come across one.
This looks like the right place. I swear, dwarves would choose riddling over rutting. If you appears amazing. There's the seed in the mountain's rocky grip. Some heat may free it from its shell. The seed will not sprout root until I get it into some water. Retrieve the root for Ivaldi before it takes hold. Let's see what you can make of these, Ivaldi.
First, let's do some can sticking, shall we?
How is he building that tower so quickly? There's more to this stranger than meets the eye.
Ah, you think so? I mean, just a Jüten who can basically shapeshift and bazooka magic, apparently. But that's all there is really to him, you know?
Our work is done, and daylight remains. We have earned a drink for our troubles, I think. What say you, brothers?
A drink, aye! To drown our creation in praise. A world fashioned anew from old flesh.
Do you recall the size of old Ymir when we began our work? A corpse as tall as the day is long, spanning the abyss Genunga gap.
Oh yes, oh yes. His pliant flesh, by which we made the fertile soils of the earth.
And from his blood came oceans and the seas. I remember well.
For hills and mountains we piled his bones.
From his beard came trees, from his hair the grass.
His domed skull we opened, for the blue heavens above, crowded by clouds of brain matter.
A new world made from an old life ended. Skål, brothers! I raise my horn to you both.
Brother Odin, you are silent. Is something wrong? Is our work not worthy of praise?
Oh damn. It actually stands. That was a pretty tricky cairnstone, the way kind of like arrange the stones, yeah? But I'm happy that's actually stable. Alright, so we can now go and talk to Ivaldi, of course, regarding the bond to capture and bind Fenrir. I wanna do some mysteries that are on the way then.
What is it?
Harvey, you must let me through!
Why? What do you want with the Well of Helheimer?
To return to my wife. I don't know. Our village was destroyed. I died with my axe. She did not.
Good warrior. Helheimer is no place you want to be. I've given you the honor of joining my warriors. Do not be fickle.
If it were your love, you would move the 9 realms to reunite with her. You care not for us warriors. I challenge you to a duel. If I win, fulfill my wish. If you win, send me to hell because I'm an unfit warrior.
That is an unfair fight. I cannot win, and you cannot survive.
Who am I to trick a trickster? Come, Harvey. Are you a prick and a coward? Grant my wish, you soft cock!
What did you call me?
I raised armies while you were shitting your rags. Come, loose and take your place in hell.
You choose death? Ha! Target practice! Ha!
Revive? Who has to die?
Yes, my lord.
Weapon. Okay, we could also check out this mystery here, but I think I'm actually gonna head to the main story for now.
Bring it here.
I found everything you asked for. How soon can you finish this unbreakable cord?
As soon as it wants to be made. You cannot rush this kind of magic. It flows with a speed all its own.
Find me as soon as it's ready.
By the way, after we spoke of the Hugr, a cousin came by with his own spirit tale. I don't trust coincidence, so this one's free.
What did he say?
He told me his sister's husband Boring drank a mead brewed in Jotunheim, and it sent his Hugr into a goat.
The spirit of a dwarf in the body of a goat?
Stranger still, his sister didn't even notice.
Heavy!
Don't drag me into this.
The tower is nearly finished.
Do not fret. The final hours are ticking down.
Not fast enough. I feel the jaws of a trap closing upon me.
Knowing you are in a trap is the first step to avoiding it.
You don't care if I'm married off to this builder, do you?
Yeah, there won't be a marriage. It's just a plan to kind of like trick the builder.
Have no fear, Freya. Whatever things transpire today, you marrying the builder will not be among them.
At least have the sense to admit you betrayed my trust.
I didn't.
I was wrong to use you like that. I will confront the builder and pry the truth out of him.
A limp apology, but it will suffice for now. Once the builder is dealt with, turn your spear on Loki. Every chance he had, he dug us deeper into this mess.
If Loki is up to something, I will see to it that he is punished. Blood Oath be damned.
Okay, where do we gotta go here? On Andrea home. Okay. We need to climb up here. Well then, I guess this tower's finished. So for context, but these towers actually have already been mentioned in Assassin's Creed 3. Because when Juno was talking about the measures of how they want to prevent the end of the earth, you know, the towers were one of them.
What do you see, Sunan?
Are they creating shields against, you know, environmental impacts, pretty much. So, yeah, this is actually one of the towers, but of course, infused with, like, Norse mythology. Hey, Vabani, welcome in. Good morning.
Like what you see? Quite the tower, hmm?
Let's actually go ahead and change our abilities, I think. At least for the next boss fight that's gonna happen soon. Also got some new database entries here. Ivaldi. When Ivaldi the dwarf was rescued by Odin from a fate worse than death, his smithing skill was unmatched in the 9 realms. He pays the debt off as the All-Father's servant, crafting items of great power and beauty. He takes great pride in his work and even greater pride in his sons, whose talents are destined to eclipse his own. Andrea. Andrea is the great wolf prophesied to devour Odin during the Battle of Ragnarok. He's the son of Loki, and his siblings are the goddess Hel and Jörmungandr, the Midgard serpent. Despite Odin's effort to find loopholes in the threads of the fates, events continue to unfold as foretold. We also have a new enemy type, Macbeth. Tribal leaders who dominate the battlefield with incredible range and aggressive combat. When desperate, they drink an energy potion, but that potion is also poisonous and steadily kills the drinker, which is pretty ironic if you think about it. But these warlords are willing to make that fate a bargain. Better keep an eye on Fenrir. Yeah, only one war.
Not my best work, but it has a certain glow. Now then, where's my queen?
You're finished. The tower is functional.
One rune remains, which I shall inscribe after I am wed.
Who helped you complete the work, Builder? You could not have managed so quickly on your own.
Our agreement said nothing about outside help. Now, where is Frey? I'm tired of waiting.
Outside help. Interesting choice of words.
Hail, Havi! Hail, Builder!
We bring you your bride.
Freya, my beloved. Why does she leer so wickedly?
It's smart. Glad you guys told you not to waste your time on finding other tier stones. Now you're just blasting through the Odin dreams. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the only benefit we really have is like XP. You know, you get like 450 for each of them, and then of course the 5 skill points at the end. But honestly, if you do like most of the mysteries, you know, and other stuff, you're like over leveled anyway, so not really necessary and worth the time, I would say. Yeah, that's good. I'm glad you're having a good time just focusing on the story. I'm definitely doing the same here, pretty much.
She's starved, Builder. Hungry for you. Eager to consume you like a moist and dainty morsel.
Splendid. She'll be pleased to know I have an appetite to match her own. Our union will be a feast of the senses.
Enough chatter. We have upheld our end of the bargain. Will you finish your work?
I'm sorry, but I've never seen such wild eyes. Why does she look so feral?
Asleep or awake, her eyes swim with naught but the image of you. She is blind to all else.
Blinded by love or disgust? I do not grasp your meaning.
Quit stalling and kiss her, Dungmeat! Consummate your betrothal!
Yes, a kiss. A brief taste to whet my appetite. Delicious. Your lips are 2 pillows on a bed of rain rose petals.
And yours are cold and rough as unpolished stone.
What trickery is this?
Is something wrong?
Her voice! It's hideous!
I have been told it has a seductive quality.
By a wolf.
Treachery! Bring me the real Freya or my offer is withdrawn!
I'll bring myself if you don't mind.
Freya, you don't need to...
You have next to nothing, Aesir. Only this useless monument to your ineptitude. You've been a good boy, Thor. Don't gamble your winnings. And you, Havi. You tried to avoid responsibility by not making a choice, but that was a choice in itself, and look where it has brought us.
Yeah, that reveal that it was Loki. And you know, that like really deep and rough voice that he has on Freya just looks so damn funny.
You are no one's prize just yet. If this scheme turns sour, I will fight for you, till my sinews snap and my bones break.
Has this sad spectacle been for my sake alone? I've seen better drama on the festering carcass of a dead pig!
Finish your work, or suffer.
No Freya, no shield.
To Helheim with him, Harvey. I know where he keeps his enchanted paint.
Show me. Thor, Tyr, watch our guest closely. Freya, I hope we will have words when this is done. Why do you still wear Freya's form?
A reminder of who's at stake.
Change back. This is disturbing. Where do we go now?
I don't know. I didn't say I was watching him every moment.
So you do not know where he kept his supplies?
They must be nearby. He never left this area. Mostly never.
Mostly never. Loki's swing always gets you. Yeah. That smile. With the feral eyes.
We have found the worm's lair.
Are those the builder's pets? He has strange tastes.
Ignore them. Find the paint.
Shapeshifters!
More deception. The Builder will suffer for this.
Die! Die!
Where there are guards, there are boots. There's a door further in. Help me smash it.
Hold, Loki. We need to talk.
What is it, Harvey?
Loki? Did you know this Builder before we met him at Heimdall's tower?
Did I know him? As in friends? Or know of him?
Did you invite him here?
I did, yes. He rescued my son from Jotunheim, so I agreed to bring him here and help him find work. That's all.
Make this right, Loki, or the blood oath that binds me is forfeit. For you and your son, is that clear?
As a cloudless sky, High One.
I love Loki, especially the way he's like voiced. It's like, that's all. Surely that's all. For you, Loki.
More deer.
Go ahead. I'll watch your back.
That's cold comfort. A quiet crossing might be best. I have the paint.
Then let us fade like shadows in the light. We got lucky.
Let us take what we need and go. We have no time to tarry.
Hey, Vermola. Welcome in, dude. Yeah, I've been having a good first day so far. Hope you're also having a good day.
We've underestimated him.
On your advice, find some way to hinder his efforts, or I will offer you as his price.
I live to serve, Raven Feeder.
Our Javi returns. Stay right there, Builder. We're not finished with you.
You survived my trap. How disappointing.
Invaders from Jotunheim. We slaughtered them all.
Buri's ballsack. Can I kill him now?
We do not need this honor cheat. We will complete the tower ourselves.
My Hugr makes it work. I am bound to it through the magic of your realm.
You perverted our sacred waters. We have every reason to kill you.
Well reasoned. They should call you the god of hindsight, all-knowing after the fact.
Savage.
I will finish the inscription. Builder, you stay with me. You others go.
Elhas, for protection.
You godless worm, slayer of my kin, oath breaker, spirit taker, I didn't build this tower to keep your enemies out. I built it to keep you in. You thought you could slay my people without punishment or prize?
Oh, I think this might call for a prediction, doesn't it? Let's go ahead and create one. I'm gonna fight with my equipment and everything because I wanna keep the classic Odin look here. Don't want him to be naked. All right. Yeah, maybe I just lose on purpose, Barney. Alright, so we got will Harvey die against the Boda? Yes and no. There we go. We got 2 minutes to invest any points you might want to bet on me or against me. Mod, are you sure you can't gamble from your cell phone? You better not cheat you. I would never. Gambling has been banned on Twitch. Yeah, like certain kind of like online poker games and stuff, right? I see that recently. Harbinger, you spent 30k, I better not die. Well then, let's have a fight, I guess. Every prediction can go during it.
And its son?
Their lives were the price of their arrogance. His head is damn it. Missed. I could get a better shot at his head from above.
Second phase. How we will die.
You shape the 9 worlds, but you do not control them.
Control them? I only wish to survive them.
Wait, that's so nice.
Is the Jotun dead?
Requiescat in pace.
And his magic dies with him. Does that worry you, trickster?
What are you implying?
Were you behind this? You dishonorable truth-tangler.
What do you know of honor, Freya? You've bedded more men than all the halls in Midgard.
You're a fine one to talk of sexual appetites. You fathered a wolf cub.
I'll not hear a lecture from the Lord of Petty Rules, who stiffens at the thought of laying down the law. And before you threaten to brandish your hammer, Thor, remember, without it, you'd be no better than a troll. Only twice as stupid.
Oh! You festering ballsack swollen with the foulest drippings of Ymir's corpse. No oath is worth this abuse.
But you won't break it, Harvey. You cannot. All your efforts to evade destiny will only fling you further along its course. If you're not careful, you may be the author of your own destruction.
Leave him. He will do little harm while his son remains captive.
A mouthful of iron would put a stop to his babbling.
What now, wise one? We have returned to the place from which we set out. Ragnarok is coming, and we are no safer.
There may be a solution in Jotunheim. Huga magic, they call it. I will travel there to see it for myself. Until I have the final binding, Lokistan must not leave that island. In time, it shall serve as a sanctuary for all wolves.
I will watch over him, as one of my own kin.
Then I'll leave the realm in your capable hands, my queen. If my own are empty when I return, I will accept destiny with both.
Well, I better not lose this battle. You will come to Germany. Thanks all GG's, Barney and Mola. It was pretty much a free victory, Harbinger. Yeah. I was thinking of like maybe going with I can't use any rations, and I didn't use one. So, yeah, I guess it worked as well. But yeah, I think I'm gonna definitely increase my difficulty very soon. And then also maybe go for like extra handicap challenges with like laying off certain gear. Just make it a bit more, I guess, challenging and interesting, especially for the gambling. Because yeah, that was definitely a lot easier because he also didn't deal too much damage, right? Like I got a lot of hits in by the builder, but it only took us to like half-life or something. Also, hey, the Epic Yellow, welcome in. Thanks for the 100. But yeah, this basically finishes the story arc here in Asgard. And still go and check out this mystery over here. There's also still one over there, but we will come back to Asgard eventually, so we can also catch up on the last two once we come back here. That's still on the island, so I want to go there and check it out.
Your weapons will not harm me. I will bathe in your blood.
Warrior, put reins upon your battle lust and ride it. Do not be ridden by it.
I do not know your face, but I know...
Yes, think. What are your last memories?
I remember the fire fog, filling my throat, wading through a sea of blood and meat. A spear piercing my heart.
And then the Valkyries plucked you from the Helvega, which leads lesser men to hell, and brought you here, to glorious Asgard.
Asgard? This place is truly like no other. And, this is not a dream? Am I supposed to fight you?
We will fight together, and become part of the greatest army ever assembled. But first, go eat and drink among the gods. Take your place in the Hall of the Slain. Your bravery has earned it.
Thor! Stormbringer! I offer you my blade! Odin, Raven Feeder! I give you my life!
Oh, he's excited. We must go ahead and take care here of the prediction outcome as well. So, we got 13% for I will die and 87% I won't. Alright, there we go. Enjoy the 3 points. Even if it wasn't too much. But yeah, let's go ahead and port up here. And then we go towards the gate of Jotunheim. is it still showing as like ongoing though? Huh. Yeah, okay, it seems alright. This kind of makes it seem like it's still ongoing, but it isn't.
Bolstraðir þú af eisgrandum byrnum?
Já!
Ég kom Jarl Silfri að kaupstaði. Heyrðir þú Egilsson?
Ik zag døkvar og nøkken fra.
The Bifrost Bridge. I like the design of it. Reminds me of Rainbow Road in Mario Kart. And of the meme videos that are getting created nowadays about it.
Welcome back. Your face is bright, and your eyes seem clearer. Tell me of everything you have seen.
I've been to Asgard, the seat of the gods.
How much you liked collecting all 30 two wealth items, 23 skill points. Yeah. I mean, for XP and skill points, it's definitely quite good. Since you get the 450 XP per EMS tier. But there's also quite the time-intensive task, so I didn't go for it this time.
I saw through Odin's eyes, just as you said. In every vision, I inhabited his form, lived as he once lived. In his body, I was myself, but I was carried by his whims. His thoughts were as known to me as my own. We were two, but we existed as one.
And what have you learned?
More than learned. I felt everything. His fears and doubts, his loves and passions.
Incredible. What else?
It's kind of interesting that Eivor says Eivor 2 but as 1. Because it's still the case technically, he just isn't aware of it. Only you need 120k to get back to your riches. Well, I'm gonna make sure to get more predictions going, so you can win and gamble money back. Until you lose like another 150k or so.
I consorted with Loki, the trickster. We quarreled often, as siblings. But soon our fights grew dark. When he revealed he had sired a wolf cub, my rage was unbound.
Because he had hid the truth from you?
Yes, because he knew that wolves were not allowed in Asgard. He flaunted my command.
Perhaps this was the purpose of your vision. To overcome an inner fear and find forgiveness in your heart.
Maybe. But before my vision ended, I was seized by great purpose. I devised a plan, a voyage to Jotunheim. And then I awoke.
Interesting. Was there anything else?
I kind of like how Eivor is almost like speaking on Harvey/Odin's behalf here, you know. The way he's talking about wolves and Fenrir and Loki. You can also understand why Sigurd was maybe very much taken away by Tyr's disappointment and rage in Odin, you know. Like betrayal, and also, you know, him losing his arm because of Odin's actions. You know, it makes Sigurd think that Eivor might be responsible for that happening to Sigurd as well. Obviously, that's more like, you know, Tyr than it is Sigurd, and Sigurd later realizes that wasn't the case, you know.
I heard a prophecy, warning of Ragnarok, the destruction of the world, the end of all time, and the Nornir. They warned me of the great wolf Fenrir, and how he hungered for my blood. But there was something else. Hope. I was undaunted by the coming cataclysm.
Perhaps this aspect of your vision inspires bravery. Truly, you are touched by the gods. Was there more?
There was nothing more. Nothing of great significance. The dream has faded.
Eivor, your visions are unlike any I have encountered. Leave me now. I must think on what you have shared.
Alright, and yeah, that finishes the first dream quest here. There's gonna be another one with a continuation in Jotunheim, but that's gonna be something I would do until much later in the game. I kind of like want to sprinkle them across the playthrough. Same for the Dawn of Ragnarok DLC. If I should play it, that will be like the last stream, of course, and will be very late in the main story, I think. Alright, we also unlocked the Forgotten Saga here, but I'm gonna do it at a later point. Now I wanna go ahead and change my look to something more like Eivor-like.
May I see your stores?
You would definitely go for a lighter beard here. Let's just go for the classic beard for now. Might actually keep the hairstyle, but I might go for a different hair color. Maybe like for a light brown this time.
Finished?
I must be on my way now. Goodbye.
A good day to you.
So the next story arc we will be doing will probably be Shropshire, I think. This one's level 130, and so is Kent. Can't however continues the kind of like Basim and Sigurd storyline. So why not do the Shropshire first, so we got that done. Also gonna continue the first kind of like story arc we had in England with the Ragnar sons and Ceolwulf and Ceolbert. So I think that shall be the next region here. Let's go for a different weapon style again. I think I might actually go for double bearded axes. Kinda like dual with them. Probably go for Varen's axe and then couple it with the wing axe, I think.
What have you got for me today?
You've got 10 carbon ingots, or nickel ingot rather. It's enough to upgrade for Varen's axe for sure, and maybe also parts of your Raven set if I haven't done that yet. Let's see. Ah, never mind, it already is on this level.
You like the looks of that one?
Raven Clan helmet isn't though. In that case, I don't think I'm gonna upgrade anything just yet. Except for Varen's axe here.
This will serve you well. All my pieces are good, but that one's very good.
Yep, we're good. Time to change the appearance here. I'm just gonna go for the classic Raven Clan set, I think.
A letter? For me?
A letter? For me? I didn't actually upgrade the Raven Clan breaches though. Let's go and do that.
You have a keen eye for quality. There, better than before. Done for now.
To change the design of the Hannish bow here. I think I might actually go for another bow. Like one of the ones that are already mythical, because we will have to upgrade it to the highest level soon, just to ensure being able to one-shot enemies.
Ready? Put that...
I feel like the Draker bow is actually quite nice because it's like guaranteed range damage increase pretty much. Although ability damage might also be interesting and a bit more unique, I guess. I think I'll go for the Antler bow, actually. Yeah.
Odin is with us!
Definitely lacking Iron Vow. also go ahead and get Varen's X first hand and then the Wing X second. Yeah, how's it going, Seraph? Hope you're doing well. Achy, but okay. I gotcha, Seraph. I hope you get some relief for your eggs soon. But glad to hear that you're doing okay at least. Right, I think that should do. Let's change the design of a Endler Bovo. Doesn't actually look too bad, honestly. I'm not too sure if it really fits the Raven clan here. I think it would fit rather to the Motor Need set or something.
What have you got for me today?
Kind of like the Einherjar design. The speaker also doesn't look too bad. But yeah, the Hannish bow I think probably fits the best, to be honest. Seraph had to delay osteopath appointment due to lift where you live was broken. Aw, damn. That sucks, Seraph. Hope it doesn't take too long for the lift to get repaired again. Are they doing construction on it, or is it like only a temporary outage?
Nothing else I can do for you?
I'm off. Be well, friend.
May they sing of your deeds and my craftsmanship.
Good day, good day.
Have you got a contract for me?
Not only does this quest pay, but you get to have fun doing it. Probably.
It has been 4 days. I gotcha. Yeah, would suck. No, like especially for like
Yes. This one shouldn't be a problem.
dependent on it. Ava Beyond. If I see the Forgotten Saga analysis by Access the Animus. I don't think I have, no. I still haven't played through the entirety of it. I wanted to kind of like experience it for myself first before I watch any explanations. But yeah, I definitely want to dive into it a little bit in this playthrough. Not sure if I do 10 playthroughs or so, because that's necessary to get all of the gear or something right.
With your skills, this should not be a problem.
What do you have today?
Yes, Seraph, like, you know, if you're kind of like dependent on something like a lift, that just really sucks. So I hope, you know, that gets resolved soon for you. Look at the Charlemagne hood. Get some of your armor to your stun when equipped. That's interesting. You got Elf Eye Wrap. Interesting. But yeah, we're kind of like lacking Upa right now, so I'm gonna wait here. Could get the Draugr cell, but it looks way too much like Helix Door. Same for the Frozen Tomb Mahal. So yeah, not gonna be getting this.
Take care of yourself out there. Drink plenty of fluids.
Beyond better, especially now that we have more context of Easter story, it's so much more interesting to piece together Asgard, Jotunheim, Dawn of Ragnarok, and Forgotten Saga. Well, that's good, because I definitely enjoyed the Asgard and Jotunheim story arcs. So I hope there's something for me to find as well in the Forgotten Saga, and maybe Dawn, that I might enjoy. Hasn't been written by the same people, I guess, but hopefully they could, you know, make some good connections regardless. It has been resolved just in time for you to out yay later today. Ah, nice, Seraph. That's awesome. So at least it didn't take much longer than a week then. Won't spoil, but Forgotten Saga pieces everything together. I see. I was under the impression that the Forgotten Saga was more like an alternative take on the story. But then again, I haven't really played much of it, only like a half a run or so. Yeah, that's true. Like Sophia and Montreux have definitely worked together a lot. Like Rogue, of course, being based on Montreux's Black Flag, and then Curse of the Pharaohs for Origins.
I must take my leave. So long.
Go with your gods.
We can actually upgrade anything. Yeah, we can. We could get a bakery. I think I might go for the cartographer here because I'm not going for everything in the game. So getting that and like knowing where to find certain wealth items or mysteries might be of use.
Can you remind me what you do here?
I've traveled this great country and found all manner of secrets, plus a few points of interest. For a price, my maps can be yours. If you want access to my maps, I need access to a workshop. If you can build me something, I'd appreciate it.
I will see you later, friend.
Keep exploring.
It's really good that the last chapter is written by Darby. Since, you know, he kind of like made the character happen, I guess, and kind of like had a vision, of course, where Ava would end up being. So I reckon he's gonna go do a good job at kind of like finishing the story. Still haven't built the cartographer's place, you don't need it. Yeah, that has been me as well for the last two playthroughs, you know, since I went for like completionist and all the mysteries involved anyways. There was like no point getting this. But yeah, if you're like a bit more selective, then it can definitely help.
This is fine work, really. Thank you for seeing this done.
I would like to see what you have in stock.
This could be very useful.
Damn, so we could buy maps for Shropshire before we get there actually. So we could buy the map already for abilities, gear, and raw materials, and then we could completely ignore ingots, pretty much. Or at least only take the ingots we come across, and won't really have to seek out other locations that might just have them. I mean, the raw materials I think we don't have to get because raid locations are usually marked.
You might find something interesting there.
But yeah, I'm gonna get the gear map for sure.
Let me update your map with this.
And also the ability.
Done for now?
I must be on my way now. Goodbye.
Farewell, Eivor.
He made the base game and been doing all those Sage stories since Black Flag. Might as well kept Valhalla with that, and people are saying it's a very Sage related DLC. Ah, okay. Yeah, would make sense, I guess, for sure. It might also be another reason why, you know, Eivor goes to North America, I guess, because of course there's also a very Sage related place. With the Sage of Aita going there as well. The Clonford guy who has left behind the messages at the stone circuits, for example. But yeah, who knows if we're even getting to North America or not. I would think so, if that's where the grave is, but who knows.
Good day.
Yeah, I mean, it could be both, I guess, you know. Have a connection to AC3 would definitely also make sense.
Cast about this land, my friend.
I'm kinda like lacking supplies now. So I guess this has to do for now. I think I'm gonna go and do some river raids here, or at least one. Before we start any new story arc. Or something. Never mind. The game crashed. Well then, let's get back into it. Universe Beyond. Thanks for lurking. Let it crash before the raid. Yeah. It'd be so damn annoying having that happen during a raid. No thanks.
Hello, Eivor.
Hello, Eivor. You spent nearly 2 hours on one raid, just sneaking through all the raid areas, collecting silver. You're rich. Yeah, can definitely be worth a time investment sometimes, you know, if you wanna like literally do everything.
All right, bring out my lieutenant.
Uga the Firecaller.
I would like to reorganize the crew.
Mission passed. Alright then. Danny the Beast Killer. He looks kinda badass actually. I like his design. Yeah, let's go for Beanie the Beast Killer.
Good for now?
I'm off. Be well, friend.
Alvader trolls just in the me.
Where is Charles Lee?
Yeah, where's Charles Lee? Must be hiding somewhere.
Up for some raiding?
Indeed. First, let me show you treasure hoard scheme. Oh. Never mind, this is just cosmetic. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna buy anything here. I'm gonna, however, go and upgrade the cargo here, finally, to 300 supplies every raid, making sure we can just collect more per raid, I guess. Wanna probably focus on that for the next 3 raids as well. Give it up to 400. Also go ahead and change the design here. Let's go for the Vandalus cell, I think. Like the whole set. The homestead just open with progression, or do you need to unlock the viewpoints? I think they just unlock automatically, but I could be wrong. I mean, if you see a homestead mission that's like out of the unfogged area, then I guess, you know, there would be a pride or kind of like a showbow at every point. But I honestly don't remember, so I'm not 100% sure. Hero of the American Revolution. Apparently. Hey, wir haben eine Pursuit. Good morning. Well then, let's go raiding, I would say.
We are happy to make improvements to your ship. We know our stuff.
Okay, so it was like a legit question, Barney. I wasn't sure actually because, you know, of it being kind of like a very popular meme in AC. But yeah, he's like one of the main antagonists in AC3. And Connor's like always searching for him. Which is why you hear him like probably 10 times say, "Where shall see?"
Have a good soar.
Okay, we go to River 7 next, I think, because it's like only moderately defended. The raiders level 3 and assaulting people. They're still dumb and blow themselves up at their murder. Oh. At least they have a good offense, I guess.
Many defenders here. It seems they're expecting us.
Both! Fire! Fire!
Trollhundsmän!
Fire! Sail! Catch the wind!
Now then! Suffer!
Oh, seems like somebody blew himself up again. Of course. I think there's like no food here. You guys just disappear, please. I want you to blow yourself up again. Oh man, he's gonna die. I need food. Yeah, never mind, he's dead.
Snuff you out!
But it's been a while since you played this, but you remember stealthing the bases and then just bringing the crew in to get the loot since you couldn't trust him much. Yeah, that's definitely the way to go most of the time. You will just constantly die. Otherwise. Yeah, exactly, Barney. I just love for that to happen.
Give me a hand over here.
Somebody?
Come, help me with this.
I guess I use this once again.
Give me a hand!
Gold or silver here?
So that guy just has to go Leroy Jenkins? Pretty much, yeah. Dude. What the fuck, dude? He just comes in to burn the place, but not to help me. Come in here and loot.
Give me a hand with this.
Dude.
Hey, come here.
Are you kidding me?
Hey, come here a moment.
Tight, yeah!
Crook 1 Lucky Shavitas Cat Jam Crook 1 Deadman Crook 1 Awkward Jesse.
Oh my god, they finally came. Jesus Christ. Hey Vamoro, welcome in, dude.
Right, let's get back to the ship.
And how's it going? Thank you for over 40 months of resubbing. Big foe? No kidding, dude. 40 freaking months. What is this random doggo doing here? Oh.
Bene. Now I have a way back up in case I fall.
Bene. Way up in case I fall. It's almost a year. Almost.
Let the sail out! Drop the sail!
Okay, that's not a right location, but doesn't really look like a military base, does it? Or maybe? I mean, that's like a big tower. Let's go ahead and check it out.
What's wrong with you?
There might be some foreign cargo here. I'm gonna go in here myself for now. Because I can't trust my job seeking us apparently.
Hold there!
Classic whistle strategy. Yeah, these guys are kinda immune to one-shots, but I can do this big point shot. There we go. I like this pair of bodies here. Well, I guess I didn't really add to all of it. Answer mostly them. It does need to tweak Jobsvinger's AI a bit. When setting fire to explosive card, don't stand next to it. Yeah, would be a good condition to consider. Oh damn, we actually got an ability here. Oh yeah. Yeah, I love the bow stun finisher. Really useful if you can't like one-shot people with a headshot. Shoulder bash. Eva performs a shoulder bash that pushes back enemies and destroys objects. Well then. Let's give it a try. Okay, so now we can also get the counter roll ability. dodge towards an enemy's rune attack just before it lands to vote directly behind him. Could also get a master counter roll, which kind of like adds a hidden blade strike to it. The thing, however, is this will still lead the enemy facing us, right? If we do it here, his back is exposed to us. That's something I like about his counter roll, right? You get to attack the back of him as a weak point. And the thing also is they kind of like nerf hidden blade damage, you know, it doesn't like outright kill enemies, it only like damage them a little bit. So I'm gonna not get the master counter roll for now at least. But even if I get it, I might unlearn it again because, I don't know, not too much of a fan of the fact they don't have a back exposed to you. Could have just added the hidden blade thing and then still have a back exposed to you to kind of like boost it instead of like change it. And then I think I will go up here to the Terra ability. First I'm gonna get the light bow combo. Yeah, exactly. And I think back damage is also usually considered to be like critical. So it's quite the damage increase. There's also the chance to get like a finisher move as well if you deal like enough damage.
Jammed. Need to get on the other side.
So this door's barred. Where was the entrance? Off the back maybe? Or do I have to actually destroy one of these windows to get inside? Unless there's like an entrance to the top, I guess I really have to destroy the window here. Guess I have to. Oh, it works. Time for a drink. Gotta stay hydrated. Finisher moves are awesome. They really are, yeah. Of triggering all the different finisher moves in this game.
Hey!
Can't do this alone. Help me out here! Give me a hand over here! Give me a hand!
So why aren't we getting the message that the raid is done? We collect everything, didn't we? At least all the major locations, yeah? It's a small world, but it shouldn't be necessary. Jesus, guys. Didn't have to burn the whole house. Okay, let's just go back to the ship.
Välkommen after, styrman.
So I have no idea whether this is like an open raid location, but whatever.
Can't raise the sail. Sail out! Sail out!
What's the blades?
Cut my wounds! I won't.
Jesus, guys. Don't die on me.
Time you die!
Right. We have what we came for. Let's go.
Thanks, Eivor.
I think I'm actually gonna build out my Jomsviking Hall of Devil's Raid so we can get level 2 ones. It's still gonna take us level 3 raids anyway, so we can get the next cargo upgrade, so might as well get a boost now and then wait for later.
Run up the sail.
Okay, so that's a small location here. Probably just the rations, so not really worth getting. Let's go up here.
Beep beep, emoji. What's poppin'? 35 months.
Hey, the waffle. Welcome in, dude. Thank you so much for 35 months of resubbing. That's too kind, waffle. Thank you so much. How's it going? I hope you're having a good morning.
More sail.
Oh, that looks like a military location here. You woke up under the weather? Ah, damn. It sucks, waffle. Hope it's only for the day and that you're gonna feel better soon.
Bring the sail in.
Yeah, Rocky with a bit of rest.
What's wrong with you?
It's gonna be the case, hopefully. Okay, so it actually doesn't make much sense trying to do this stealthy here because they're like in high alert position. As you can see, they like instantly detect you because of it. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm not really the biggest fan of the visual effect on the wing X here. Like the mark on enemy hit. So I think I'm gonna go and choose another one. Probably the Housecar X because it gives us attack after each hit. Hopefully, let's hope you have your first fire training Saturday. Well, first one since surgery. Oh, nice, dude. Yeah, that would be awesome. Hopefully you get, you know, to be well until then. But yeah, if you're doing it, I hope you have a great time there. Hey there, Maxi. Top of the morning, and everyone. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much, Maxi. Yeah, I'm doing well. Having a good day so far. Playing some of Valhalla, as usual. But we got pretty close to the end of Red Dead Redemption 2, at least with Arthur's story. So won't be too long, I think, until we can start a new game. You know which one? Hope you're having a good day yourself, Maxi. How's it going?
We have the advantage. Finisher. You're dead. Get round the side.
The hell with you!
Focus, we have this!
Now I'm ready! Ah!
Oh, so right busy!
Die!
Try to flank!
Thank you!
Okay, are we done with this pissing contest? Guess you're doing good, thanks. Just woke up and had breakfast. Ooh, nice. Nothing wrong with a late breakfast, I would say. I've had plenty of those. Hope you had a delicious one. Although you were going to do some digital art on your iPad, but it's dead. Ah, damn. Like dead?
Right!
That's just the last thing you needed, isn't it?
Together, lads, we have this!
Hey! Can't do this alone.
Ah, okay, so it's not like completely broken. But that's good then. Fair enough.
Meet your fate.
You're mine!
Going to smash you!
You will pay!
Jeez, why is everybody dying here? Come on, guys. We're already taking out like half of the fort and you guys still dying.
My thanks, Eivor.
Oh no, no. Stop destroying stuff that's right next to you.
Jesus, guide my blows!
Bunch of idiots. I need food or something. Great, that's another one gone. Give me food. Okay, I think he's dead as well. Hold on. Ah, no kidding. Literally died for a moment I want to press Y. Fucking hell. Oh, I then. I don't care.
Hey, come here a moment.
Okay, that's all the supplies we needed anyway. So now we can head back to Ravensthorpe. Ah, hold on. There's like clues, right? That I have to look forward to. I wonder if there was one in here actually, somewhere. Maybe I missed it. Okay, gotta love that awesome raiding music, this game. Didn't find anything yet.
Hello, father!
Okay, I think we're good.
My
I think that's why maybe the monastery we looted earlier, but we had also the ability. It still had the raiding symbol next to it. Maybe we should actually go and recheck that location before we go back. I think it was this one on here.
Run up the sail!
Let's just go and recheck, just to be sure. Okay, I think there's something inside this monastery, actually. Maybe that's the clue we're looking for. Never mind, it's a freaking key. Okay. In that case, I think we're done here. Where am I off to? I was just checking out another monastery to see if I missed like a clue or something. But it doesn't seem like. Unless it's like another symbol next to the wealth here. Maybe there's a clue inside that one. Let's see. Nope. No clue in here. Okay, never mind. We're going back to Ravensthorpe.
Och nu, Raun och Riff!
Up for some raiding?
Actually, never mind. Let's go ahead and upgrade the Jomsvikinger Hall. Which will attract level 2 Jomsvikinger.
Skulls say the great day for 6 warriors to raid. Here I am!
Got Gunhilda, the lucky one. Actually, kinda take her look here.
Join me. Together we'll force open the doors of the All-Father's Hall.
Nowhere I'd rather be than should you change your mind. I will be here.
I can stay there. Let's go ahead and refresh here. I wanna go only for nice looking Jomsvikinger. We got one with the Banner Spear of Raven Clan.
Let us join battle together and reap glory's bounty.
Rifa Sneaky CX.
Come, show me your valor in battle, and earn your place at the great table.
All of them have to have a freaking helmet though. Oh, nice shield. I like the Danex.
I long to join this crew, one all skalds will herald.
Marina hairy armed. Perfect.
To me, warrior, let gold and glory be our meat and mead.
Okay, let's go for one more. Somebody with a double shield in Edward Kenway outfit. There's another Edward Kenway outfit. The heck? Air and shield combo, I like that. And dagger and shield apparently.
Take me, Eivor. Our victories will awe the gods themselves.
Lava Swan Leg. I'm not sure about that Glovo on the weapon.
I stand ready should you have need.
Let's refresh another time. How they're wearing outfits from the future? Well, I guess they explained it by the ESO technology from the past, but yeah, some of it is also just straight up mythology or like Helix store items, so better not to question it, I guess.
I have come from afar to join your crew, Eivor.
Got Kolbrun Beast Killer. Sure.
Raid with me, warrior, for plunder, glory, and Valhalla.
Let's go ahead and assign them. Actually, we're gonna do that for the next river raid. That's fine. Okay, so in that case, I think it's we're ready to start to pledge to the next area here, which is gonna be Shropshire. However, I'm gonna go ahead and take a break before we go and start that story arc. So yeah, after break we will go and pacify the next area of England. It's gonna be a pretty good story arc as well, so I'm quite looking forward to it. Eva, can I talk to you? Oh, I can't. But I think I might celebrate the feast before we go into the break here though. Oh, everybody seems happy. Thanks, Epix. I definitely will. Bounding to the feast video change as you upgrade more settlement buildings. I'm not really sure, to be honest, what it's like tied to, but they definitely do change. And it seems to be also like dependent on what upgrades you might already be having. But I mean, even at the end upgrade, and if I was celebrating feast, I would get like a variety of cutscenes, so I guess maybe it just unlocks like more different varieties. But yeah, at the end I definitely didn't have like the same cutscene over and over, as far as I'm aware. Hey Anonymous, welcome in. Okay guys, I'm gonna leave you with some of the ambient soundtrack here, of course, for AC Valhalla in my break. What do I think will happen in the last chapter? I mean, I haven't really looked too much into it, but it seems to really dive into the sages, kind of like thematic. And I reckon we would also find like out why Eivor ends up, you know, being buried in North America. Maybe it also has something to do with that, I would think. But yeah, it also seems like we might have like a lot of Basim/Animus anomalies, so yeah. Honestly, I'm not quite sure what to expect. I mean, it's still Darby writing it apparently, so I would reckon it's a fitting end for Eivor. But yeah, I reckon we're gonna say goodbye to like lots of people we met across the game. And then head for like new shores in North America, I would think. But yeah guys, I'm gonna go into my break now, so I will be back in like 15 or so. And until then, I hope you enjoy the ambient music here. And yeah, the next story arc once I come back. So, see you in just a few.
Where's the lamb sauce?
Come on, man.
I just need it.
This is the lamb.
Where's the lamb sauce?
Right here, chef. I
Lamb
have
sauce is coming up.
Dirt in your eye.
Hey Verot, welcome in Sunny, and thank you so much for the raid, dude. I really appreciate it. I was just on my break when you raided there. But I hope you had a good stream, or second stream I should say, with Splinter Cell. How was it? I hope you had a good time. And yeah, welcome everybody from Rod stream. I hope you had fun watching some Splinter Cell and Prince of Persia earlier. I think you finished that that game you played with Prince of Persia, haven't you, Rod? Eva Aura, welcome in, citizen.
Citizen!
Welcome back, Hitpix. Thank you for staying tuned. Maxi, thank you for giving that shout out there to Rod as well. I really appreciate it. So for anybody that didn't join in with the raid just with Rod, Definitely consider checking out his channel. He's an excellent streamer and a big fan of Assassin's Creed. He's currently playing through Assassin's Creed Origins with New Game Plus playthrough. And he's also going to be playing Odyssey and Valhalla as well, of course, to finish off his NU series run. So for anything Assassin's Creed, check that out. And also check out his other streams of GTA 4, Prince of Persia, Tomb Raider, and Splinter Cell as well, of course. Cheers, Maxi. Thanks, Rod. Yeah, I did. Had some leftover red Thai curry that we made yesterday, which was still absolutely delicious. Levy made it, so of course it was amazing. Rod figured you would do a bonus stream after finishing Forgotten Sands and decided to make it Splinter Cell Double Agent. Putting the Prince of Persia Marathon on hold now until November, when you will do the 2008 reboot. I gotcha. That's definitely fair. I like taking a bit of a break and then coming back to it later. And that's like the last game in your Prince of Persia Marathon as well, isn't it? Was there like another one after the 2008 reboot? We're raiding today. River X won't know what hit them. We just did actually before the break. We raided the River 7, I think. But now we're gonna go and pledge to the next area, which is gonna be Shropshire. So we're gonna start that story arc. Very much looking forward to it because it's a really good one, I think. With Gilbert and Eva and King Rotary. It was actually voiced by the voice actor for Jacob Fry in Syndicate, which is kind of funny. Oh, that sounds damn yummy. Always great to have homemade too. Definitely, yeah. Yeah, today we're also making something super delicious, which is
a letter.
Orange chicken parm. So kind of like Italian Chinese fusion. Which sounds a bit wild maybe, but it's actually damn delicious. But yeah, if you're a fan of orange chicken from like Panda Express, for example, and you like chicken parm, then you just combine the two essentially, and you get orange chicken parm. It picks you love curry. You had a nice lamb korma yesterday. Ooh, that sounds delicious. I do love me some lamb, especially with lamb sauce. On a DMing address for red curry shipment. I let Levy know as soon as possible. Just started that last night. You ready to hate Eva again? Yeah. Yeah, it definitely is a shame what happens. I really love the way it's kind of like presented, you know, that he was behind it all. But that's true, it's the final one, and since it's a reboot, it means freeing up first days for October horror games. Won't cause any interruption in storyline or anything. That sounds really delicious. You love anything with chicken in it? Definitely, yeah. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan, dude. You know, get some slots free for horror games. So will you be going for your usual horror games? Or will you be kind of like adding something that you haven't played before in Horror Month? Hey Veroni, welcome in, dude. Howdy, partner. How's it going? Hope the head is sitting tight today.
Good to see you, darling.
Come to me. I want to see the Alliance map.
Yeah, you could already pledge to Nottinghamshire as well. But that's 250, I'm gonna wait with that for sure.
So Ceolbert has traveled to Shire.
He has, into a difficult situation. The Shire has been mired in a long war with Rodri, king of the Britons. Ceolbert hopes to negotiate a peace with the Britons of the West. A difficult task for one so green.
I hope your tutelage has prepared him well.
Indeed. But I think it best if you supervise these talks. If Ceolbert can make this work, we will gain a valuable alliance.
I will make my way to Shropshire.
I am relieved. He and Ivar should be in Quatford just now. You will find it along the Eff and Hafun River.
If Ivar is with him, I will certainly be needed.
Yeah, in the truth. But there will be some usual ones and ones you haven't played before, which is a Plague Tale Requiem, plus others that you weren't able to fit in last year. I gotcha. It's gonna be really cool, like seeing you play a Plague Tale Requiem. I don't think I'm gonna get it on release day, but I'm looking forward to watch others play it like you. And it's also gonna launch rather soon, isn't it? So I'm looking forward to see how that turns out. Funny if the plan is a short run before going to Los Santos in about an hour. Nice. Hope you enjoy the run, Ronnie. The time later as well in Los Santos. You're debating when you should start the Druids DLC. You don't know the story, so you're not sure if you should start it before or after you rescue Sigurd. I would say it's best to do it after Sigurd is back, because there's kind of like an urgency to Sigurd's return. So I feel like it makes more sense to start any kind of like travel endeavors after he's back home. But yeah, you can do that pretty soon though. Like after you finish Shropshire, you can go to Kent, I believe, and then to Sussex. And then Sigurd is already back home again. Which is what I'm gonna be doing, I think, and then after Sussex I'll probably be doing either one more story arc or I'll go straight to Ireland. But you'll be making horror streams Monday to Friday and move Tomb Raider temporarily to Sundays. We wanted to have the horror games happen in one block instead of having a non-horror game happen on a day between two horror days. Requiem will be on Game Pass, so that will be handy, and you can't wait to replay the first game and then play the sequel. That's true, yeah. It's gonna be cool, like playing them back to back as well. I'm not sure if you were aware of that, but apparently they're taking down the first Plague Tale game from Game Pass very soon. I'm not sure when it's going down, but I reckon it's gonna happen either on release of a second or before that. So I'm not sure if you have it like, if you own it, or if you also intend on playing it in Game Pass. I just figured that's something to make you aware about, if you didn't know. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan, you know, kind of like have them in a block for horror games. So you can also like plan better how much time you need to finish one and stuff. What are you thinking that maybe you would do some scary games this October? You normally don't do those, but might be a fun thing to do for the month. Definitely, yeah. So have there been any kind of like horror or scary games you would be interested in?
The Order has been purged from London. For now, they hold no power there.
That is good news. And I would celebrate, but for the fact that Jorvik now suffers from the same infestation.
Jorvik is a city under Norse control. I should have less problems finding allies there.
That is a hopeful way of seeing it. Speak to Ranvi when you wish to travel there. I have something here for you. Tidings that may displease you.
Tell me.
You remember Kjotve's son, Gorm? He has since taken his father's place in the Order.
Interesting. He's got him here in England. Is he another blotch on our list?
He is one of our targets, yes. But he is not in England. He is further west, in fact. A land called Vinland, discovered centuries ago by an Irish sailor called Brendan. The Order of the Ancients has some recent fascination with Vinland, but I cannot say what it might be.
Let me find out for you, after I silence got him.
Vinland is far away, according to my source. It may take weeks to find him after a long and perilous journey.
There's no danger that would cow me, Hytham. I will speak with Randvi and arrange passage.
Was there something else?
Got some letters from a poor soldier of Christ. So, fun fact, but the poor fellow soldiers of Christ was another name for the Templars when they were founded. But it's unfortunate they're doing that, but definitely bought the game and it's worth paying for as well, so you personally don't mind paying for it. But it does suck for those who haven't tried it yet, but wanted to do without paying extra on top of the Game Pass membership. Exactly, yeah. That's good. That you have it already and you can play it before without having to, like, rely on Game Pass.
I have to go.
Then go in peace.
We're thinking maybe Alan Wake, Ronnie. I mean, that would be a good pick for sure. I haven't played it myself yet, but I watched a couple playthroughs of Rod do it and definitely enjoy the way it's been written. And also like kind of like the light mechanics in the game. When you were in England, you went to Jorvik. It was a big thing in York that was a display above the north in England. Nice. Yeah, I would imagine, right, because they had kind of like hold over the northern parts of England. Would be really cool to see. Or it's funny how female Eivor and male Eivor pronounce Gorm differently. Do they? I hadn't actually paid attention to that. But I guess you just have a side-by-side comparison, right, when you talk to Hytham. Right, anyways. It's time to head up here to Shropshire. So I think I'm gonna go and take the longship. And I'm also gonna do this raid here as well. Not quite sure if there's still wealth locations though. But let's have a look. Ever says it with more syllables like Giorim, and Fima Ever just says Gorm. Ah, okay. Interesting. I wonder which pronunciation would be the accurate one.
They're off. Can't raise the sail here.
Sing, my ravens.
Eva Max, welcome in.
We can raise the sail in these waters.
When you're a little tired, there's this part of your brain that says, if you don't put your shoes on, you don't have to run. You're like, shut up, brain. Yeah, can't give in there.
More sail!
Monastery there, Eivor.
Yeah, he really is Rod. I so love that they got him to, you know, do like some of the soundtracks. And even voice the character as well. And you like how the boat songs get better and better as you progress. It's cool that they kind of like consider what's been happening in the main story as well.
Take the mast back.
my power level. We finished last week on nearly 340. So currently we are level 190. But yeah, we still got lots of story arcs to go over. So yeah, I reckon we're gonna end up probably, I mean, with all the DLCs, we're probably gonna reach max level, I would imagine. Yeah, for sure, Rod. It was like so fitting, you know. He was voicing like one character. That would be the one for sure. The power level is over 9,000. Yeah, I mean, with the amount of content Valhalla's getting, that might be the end level. After the last chapter releases.
Run up the sail! Sing us a song.
The verse, Rod. Take your time, dude. Be tracking yesterday. You want the 4 armor so you can clear out East Anglia? Oh yeah. Good going, Aura. I really like that 4 armor, especially on Odin, of course. Sounds good, Ronnie. Hope you enjoy the run, and we catch you later. Ah, okay, gotcha, Aura. Well, that's good that you got to fix that, you know, level scaling. Sometimes the game even like sets that back for some reason. Like if you change the difficulty, it like changes from level scaling and stuff like that.
Some good takings here.
Odin is with us as he's beating down an elite. That's the spirit. Yeah, it can be crazy, Max, having to fight somebody who's like 200 levels above you or something.
We're done here. Come on!
So give me just 1 minute, guys. I'll be right back. Right. When he fought Gonru, so he beat her without help by Gudonsen. Felt good about that. That's definitely a good feeling, yeah. I went back at the end of the game and got revenge max. Fair enough. Didn't I fight Cordelia and Venut last week at level 100? Pretty much, yeah. I think it was like level 90 to 100 or something. Not too sure exactly. Something like that. Yeah, it was like super close as well for sure, Barney. Barely survived there. Wait, who am I throwing weapons at?
What's this?
Nick?
Formaður okkar kem aftur.
Sail out!
Let's hear a story.
Sail down!
Here's a tale to tickle your sides. The winter before, I was drinking in Stavanger with some companions.
Drop the man!
With us in the mead hall were men of Bad Jarl's clan, one of which was a poet named Halli, called Sarcastic Halli by most. 7 ale horns into his night, Halli stood upon his table and called across the room to another man, a skald named Tjodolf. Tjodolf, he yelled, I can compose a more beautiful poem with my belching than you could with your tongue and fine words. The room laughed. Tjodolf loudest of all. I accept your challenge, Sarcastic Halli, he shouted. Allow me to begin. Tjodolf then spoke this verse. Sad Halli drowns in horns of hubris, squeaking like a stoat, yet proudly the pup calls it poetry. The room laughed again, with Halli joining in. Then, Halli tripped across the room and opened his mouth to speak his verse. From his throat erupted a jet of vomit into Tjodolf's face. His only composition that night, of which he seemed most proud.
Where's Deck? He's right here. There he is. Damn, he looks mischievous. Waiting on his downfall. Yeah. Waiting to be sent to Valhalla.
No harvest again this fall. The Britons burned me crops.
Aye. It'll be a long, pitiful winter.
God will punish the Britons for this war. They'll burn in the fires of hell, they will.
We can only pray.
It's for son.
It's funny how Dex spends his whole time Raven swap shit talking Eivor, but still goes raiding with him. Yeah.
Excuse me?
You Britons got no cause to truck with us. We done nothing wrong.
Is your daughter hungry? I have bread.
We're no fools. What do you want in return?
Nothing. I have a little girl of my own at home. The same age.
Give it here then, and quick about it. Can't have anyone seeing me hobnobbing with a Briton. Ah!
I like that encounter here. Kind of like showcasing, you know, shades of grey of either side of the conflict here. We can play some Orlok here.
This isn't your fight, James. Go back to the sea.
You come over here and say that.
Come on, take a swing at me, a good swing.
Your sorry king wants peace.
So far from home.
What can I get for you? This could help you in your travels.
Wise of you to stock up.
Yeah, definitely iron. And also some titanium.
You always bring this. Finished looking around?
I'm off. Be well, friend.
Oh, poor Danes. So far from home. Who's with your wives now, eh?
Okay, let's have a look if we can upgrade our axes a little bit here. Oh, a little bit. And the bow as well. Even Odin says, "You, I don't want no crybaby bitch in my hordes." Yeah, I still said Valhalla though, because I mean, Valhalla doesn't exist, right? So does it really matter to us if we send Deck to Valhalla or not, except for comforting him in his last moment, I guess. Automat doesn't like these Jesse Pinkman words. I love that ringtone.
Yes, science!
Wow. The triple just science.
Yeah, Mr. White. Yeah, Mr. White. Yes, science. Yes, science. Yes, science.
There you go.
Yeah, Mr. White. Yes, science.
Yes, science. But yeah, I think I have to make that ringtone like one of mine or something.
Down, man! Look at that! Look!
Log may turn your fate around.
Sure, Orlok will do it.
Orlok, I could do with a round.
Have a seat, will you?
Let's do this then.
All right then. Come.
Rare's gift. Add to the total of whichever die face is in the majority. Would be interesting. But I'm gonna keep my current one, I think. I watched a horror movie the other day and Tuku was in it. Curse of La Llorona, part of the Conjuring series. Ah, okay. Wasn't that interesting? I mean, I love the actor, so I wouldn't mind watching that movie either. And I heard good things about the Conjuring series. It would be hard to concentrate with all the yelling outside, for sure. Fortunately, they shut up now. You have to beat someone at Orlok to get an order member clue and you don't know how to play. Yeah. You have like a tutorial section, I think, at the start screen. If you need like a refresh, but it's pretty straightforward. Like if the enemy has like arrows or axes, you usually have to block them. And you gotta steal lots of tokens and then just go for force strike for damage, and that's how you can win like most of games. Have you also seen it? It's of the best movie in your opinion. Is that like the newest Conjuring movie? I think you talked about that before. Paul Rodriguez, all-time favorite pro skateboarder, is also in it. He doesn't really have any other acting credits other than skate movies, so that was random. I mean, maybe they just needed someone to kill off in a horror movie or something. Verloc music is so good though. Yeah. I like this track as well. That one is actually by Just a Kid. Okay, so it's all from Conjuring. Or producers and stuff. Ah, okay. Fair enough. Let's go for the shield here. Garrow doesn't really do anything except for giving us a token. us a good token advantage here.
This will do.
This will do. Okay, get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Still 2 away from 12, so we're gonna wait here.
Interesting.
Interesting. I should pick the shield there. Okay, that's enough for the 8 damage for sure here. Let's see what she's having as god favors. So she can ignore my shields. Ooh, damn. It's gonna be really tricky. She gets like lots of arrows and gets to use this. It could kill us rather quickly.
This victory will be mine.
Very good.
I'd go like for offensive access here, but I think I'd rather go for tokens. Right now we would get to 6 tokens. Need 8 for 5 damage here. I'm literally... Ah, never mind. I gotta wait one more turn, I guess. 4, 5. Yeah, if we had like 1 arrow going through here, then that would be it. So as far as you're aware that the night is actually part of the universe. I gotcha. Fair enough. I've only ever watched the first Conjuring movie. I had no other movies associated with it. Darupadi is a killer. You still haven't beaten this lady. Yeah. I remember losing to this one at least 2 times or so in a row. Because that ability is just so damn overpowered.
Look at that!
Ah, come on. Oh, she's getting all the freaking arrows. I'm dead. Unless it has like a lower priority. But I mean, it's not gonna... Like, my god favor is not gonna get triggered.
Tight, yeah!
Until the combat phase is over.
Chat smile.
So I need like all the shields I can get. Oh, otherwise I'm like dead. Another arrow? Fuck off. How lucky can you get, you know? Like in the last round, when she needs it, she gets 5 freaking arrows. Which is gonna multiply by like 3 or so, which means I'm dead. Let's fuck off. I could technically go for health per block, right? That would give us 4 health. Actually, 6 health. I was 6 health. I can survive 16 damage. Or 17 damage. Oh, he can add 3 per die. Which means he's gonna do 15 damage. I can block 2 right now, which will block only... Yeah. I basically have to go for health per block to survive this. That's like the only way. Because even though this has like a higher priority with strike, it doesn't get triggered until after, you know, the combat phase is over, so I have to do this. Also, hey there, Puppet. Welcome in, dude. Thank you so much for the 15 months of resubbing. I really appreciate it. How are you doing? He does it every time. Yeah. Annoying. Or you did some really because you want to know, and evidently The Conjuring, The Nun, Annabelle, and some spin-offs are part of the same universe. The only ones that are not rated are The Conjuring series and the Insidious series, as those only share directors, producers, and some actors. That's some MGS timeline shit right there. You're kidding? Doesn't sound complicated at all. Or convoluted. Oh, she's looking at me right now. Kidding. It's damn annoying. Yeah.
How do you like that?
What?
Could have been anyone's game.
Oh, you gonna run away now?
Wow. So the reason I lost is because the max health you can get is 15. So I was planning for getting 17 health, which would basically lead to my survival. But no, the game kept it at 15, which is why I died. Freaking hell.
Surely not. Another round, perhaps?
Yes.
Set the board, we go again.
It's like dominating the entire game until that last freaking round.
This will do.
Well, it's off to a good start here. Already has a token advantage by like 4. Now she gets another 2 stealing tokens. Boy, this is annoying. Heck. Like, yeah, there's of course a certain, you know, like, strategy to Orlok, but sometimes you just can't keep up with RNG. She gets 4 freaking stealing tokens, 3 of them with extra token on top of it. It's basically over already. Look at that token advantage. It's like 2 rounds. Just fuck off.
Interesting.
Interesting. Also, hey, King Cyprian, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Is this for the Zealot? It's not short, no. Yeah, just do most of the other games for my own pleasure. Or pain, I guess in this case. But yeah, she's the one who's having like this arrow ability, which adds like more arrows on top of arrows. So she can easily deal 15 damage in like one round, which is like entire health. She's like really tricky to fight. And now I was just getting like really bad luck with the tokens, so this game is already over pretty much. They cover arrows inbound. Yeah.
Well now.
Yeah. Let's skip. So I get 6, 7, 8, 9. There you go. That's 12 damage he's just dealing to me.
The end is nigh for you.
What a bunch of bollocks. I'm gonna go for defense now because I have to basically heal myself back up to survive this. I could block 2 damage here, which would mean I could get 4 health. Doesn't get any damage through, so I could also do some damage.
How about that?
How did you do that?
So here's the thing, right? I just need 4 tokens for 2 damage. Let's go for the shield for sure. That's already... Do I have to steal 1? So I can get still 4. Because she's having 1 steal as well. She's gonna go like full defense here. Okay, so what can she do? She could add more defense, but I think this is GG actually. I just need 2 damage and I have it.
Sweet victory.
We did it.
You are pretty good. Shall we go again?
But yeah, that power is just so damn overpowered. Like holy shit.
Another time, perhaps.
But love for you, Orlok is always painful. That's definitely fair, dude. Can be a bit annoying at times. At least the music is calming, very much like yoga or meditation music. Yeah, I think it definitely is very fitting. You know, kind of like for music that you can like think about too. Or to make us the next move and stuff. Thanks, Barney. And you Epix as well, thanks for the GGs. Right, hell yeah, way to go. I was almost thinking about making a prediction there, but I was like, I'm losing anyways. Yeah, I guess I should have went for 1. Would have lost a lot of points if we predicted that game. Yeah. Maybe it's good I didn't do prediction then. Thanks, Rod. I appreciate it. Alright then. Let's go ahead and kick off the main story, shall we? Time to meet Geobat. The Hippix, so that you must sleep. Hope your conquest of this area goes well. Thank you so much, Hippix. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest and a good night's sleep as well. And yeah, I definitely have a good time. We'll catch you next time, dude.
We've had nothing for days.
Nettle and turnips. It's all I could find.
Smells good, that.
There you go, young man.
Curse this war. Say your thanks, Berwick.
Thank you, ma'am.
That beast in Elden mintas. With neon new, this net tier.
Letter from Lady Ankarat. Bishop Deolaf. We believe you speak for Shropshire on matters of war. King Roti will arrive with his retinue on your proposed date to discuss peace between us. See to it that the king's brother Gweriad ap Merthin is present.
A letter? For me?
For me. As his fate is of particular interest to our king. Lady Ankarat.
Come on, boy. You wouldn't stop a lamb. Come on.
I hurt my shoulder.
Shake it off. Ha! Don't hold back. Follow through. And... to your feet. Up. You keep moving as long as your body will follow.
A training section between Eva and Shilbert. Amazing.
Not half bad, boy. But be fierce, dirty. Strike at my balls.
Ivar, are you training the boy or tormenting him?
One will lead to the other in time.
Eivor, well met. You received my message, and just in time. Our negotiations with the Britons have not yet begun.
I will be at your side when they do. Is there anything I should know first?
The venerable King Rodri is here. I'm to deal with him directly.
Rodri is desperate for peace. Ever since we captured his sniveling brother, Gweriad. Sounds like a man coughing up snot. Gweriad ap Mervin.
Rodri waits at the church nearby.
Who speaks for Shropshire in these talks?
The last alderman was killed in battle. Bishop Deolaf is standing in.
Until we get this wet whelp installed. That is his father's wish.
I find the idea of leading a shire on my own quite terrifying.
This motion capture work, right? Yeah. Just imagine the guys who recorded that. App Quest used the Jacob letter quote for considering Paul Amos also voices Rodri. For sure, yeah. It was so funny to find out, you know, that that's the same voice actor. I think he does a really good job, you know, because if you have a voice, of course you recognize Jacob, but you don't really recognize him in the way he's speaking, you know. It's a great difference for sure that you can hear in the voice.
Ivar will toughen you up, but watch your back. He's a wily one.
It is always the same with me, boy. When things get too quiet, I throw daggers.
I'll be on my guard.
As future Elderman, you should speak in the talks as well. But with humility. Rodri is the king, and will expect to be treated as one.
Rodri will want us to get down on our knees and sniff the rosy wind blowing from his ass. I know the man.
You've met him?
Met him, fought him. He gave me this nick here. Maybe I can give him one back. Remind him some call me King Killer.
It may be you should stay behind, Ivar. That is not a recipe for a good parley.
I'd like you both to be there. To guide me, to judge my fitness.
Give us your word, then. Your blade stays in its sheath.
Eivor, don't make me laugh. We both know what my word is worth. But sure, I will let you do the talking. Probably.
Excellent. Now, to the church, I think. Our guests await.
Probably. Yeah, Eva is so funny.
It's not far, just across the village. We've been at war with the Britons for coming on 2 years.
The Britons had the best of it. Tell me and my berserkers plowed through their ranks and chased Rodri's brother into a ditch.
That's why Rodri's talking peace now. It's thanks to Ivar.
I am going to enjoy seeing him squeal, the old oak. Not nearly as much as taking him down, though. That would seal my legacy.
Your legacy?
As king killer. They do not all get away like Borgred did, Wolfkist.
Keep the peace, Ivar.
What has become of your preening brother?
Oh, my brother. He parted. His road is unsure.
You are better off leaving that sauntering Pole in your wake.
Our Bishop Deolav and King Rodri are ensconced in the church ahead.
These houses of Christ, they are all so hard and cold.
Yet within is warmth. The Christian God unites King Rodri, Bishop Deolav, and myself. On his ground, peace will be made.
Britain cowards, all of you! Suck on yellow snow, filthy Danes! We'll festoon our halls with your...
Suck on yellow snow?
Captain Anil, explain to the good bishop our position.
Yes, my sovereign. Bishop Deolav. We are deaf to offers of peace until Guriad is returned to us.
The king's brother
The king's brother is a mouldering sack of cow dung.
You. I know your face, your stench. Ivar, the one they call boneless. Did I not gift you that scar myself?
Ah, you did. And I mean to gift you a gash, you reeking piss pot in your fat fucking skull.
Hold, both of you.
Piss pot. Was struck piss pot. You hear Jacob now, neat? Yeah. I didn't uncover that on my first time playing, to be honest, I just didn't hear it. What did I expect Jacob's voice actor to voice somebody like Rodri, King of the Britons? But yeah, it's definitely cool having him back. But in the Highlander movies, the Immortals have a rule where they can't fight one another on any holy ground. They can break it, of course, because it's not like something we're out to kill them law. But yeah, it's supposed to be a rule they honor. Interesting. It reminds me also of the Olympics in ancient Greece, and I guess also in Odyssey, where they also couldn't create like any conflict during the events on the grounds of the Olympics. King of the who? The Britons. The Britons.
My lord, this is Ceolbert, the future Ealdorman of this shire and the son of King Ceolwulf of Mercia.
This green stripling? Elderman? You can piss without help, boy.
Now, calm everyone. Good faith is all I ask.
You know my demands. Until my brother Gwiriad walks free, peace between us is impossible.
He is lucky he can walk at all. Fell on his own blade, fleeing from us.
I will soon help you fall on yours.
Husband, keep your head. It is in our interest to find a way to peace, all of us.
First, my brother.
First, your head on a pike. Then the runt goes free.
Husband, no!
Enough! This is a house of God. Let us take some few minutes to gather ourselves, shall we? Eivor, to me, I do not know you well, but Ceolbert believes you a steady head. We need such a one.
It may be too late. I see the crows of war gathering.
I have a hefty sum of silver. Speak to the people here. If the silver will help one bring us toward peace, offer it to them.
Yes, now we gotta talk to everybody to see who deserves the money.
These talks are stalled. I fear the upshot.
Do not fret. You will be Ealdorman yet.
Have you made progress?
I need money,
Giving of
sir,
silver
I'm
is more
poor,
difficult than I
I'm
imagined.
hungry.
Please, sir, do you have any money? Do I only have 650 silver here.
You are wasting.
It's not enough to give to anyone.
Take my sugar. Take anything you like.
Eivor, my friend.
I asked around, as you suggested.
Have you come to a decision? To whom have you given this silver?
Silver's in good hands. I mean, the thing is, you know, whosoever give the silver, they won't, you know, get to go through with it, I guess. At least I believe. Or is it? I could give the money to the wife of Rodri, right? And she would still keep it, I think. Never mind, let's still think it over.
I have yet to make my decision.
Please, don't tarry.
I mean, I would love to give her 650 here, but I think I'm gonna give it to Rodri's wife. Who's like the most reasonable person in this conflict.
Ivar!
Lock the doors, murder that sweating pig, and have done with it.
If I could find you silver, would that quell your bitterness while we seek peace?
Peace? Is that what you think is going to happen here? I told you, I know this bastard.
Will silver quiet you?
It may not. I would have to see the silver in my hands to know for sure.
If there's any silver to be had, I will think about it.
You do that. Now you dangle silver before me. Are you so frightened of the Britons that you fight your battles with wealth?
Where's the silver going? That's true, it doesn't ultimately matter who gets it, the events that transpires to happen. Yeah, I mean, conflict's gonna break out, but I think the money would still help, I guess, Rodri's wife at least. With whom, of course, we get a peace agreement later, so I think I'm probably gonna do that.
You are Guriad, are you not? Brother to King Rodri.
So I am, and a bruised pawn in your bloody game.
How do you stand with your brother?
My brother loves me well. Yet he can be slow and stubborn. Were I king, I'd have played all this quite differently.
What if you had the chance?
At the crown, I would leap at the chance to rule. But a man needs wealth to bring down a king. Nobles must be bought, you understand.
I make no promises, but I may be able to find you the silver you need.
Under what terms?
Knock Rodri from his throne. Withdraw all Briton soldiers from Shropshire, and never again threaten this border.
If you speak true, I would make that bargain gladly.
No. It's kind of funny how Rodri wants his brother back, and the brother would leap at the chance to get the throne. And stab his brother back, basically. What a bastard. Not gonna get any money.
I will see about the silver.
Talk, talk, talk. All we do is talk. I'm waiting!
Ivar is restless.
Lady, let us get past the anger and find our way to an agreement. What is your husband's greatest concern?
The royal treasury has been depleted by the war. This brings immense strain to Rodri, and his every decision.
If I could provide a boon of silver, would that guide your husband away from war?
A replenished treasury would certainly help my husband come to peace.
Okay, so, I mean, this endeavor doesn't really matter either, you know, because it's not gonna come to peace, it's gonna come to war. I think I'm actually gonna keep it. I'm gonna lie and say it's in good hands.
If such a boon comes, I will consider your words.
I think another way to do it,
This with blood, not pretty words.
another way to get the money back, I think, is by giving it to the brother. And then once he gets killed, you can loot him, I believe.
You are with Rodri, yes? One of his advisors.
I am that. Anir ap Cadfarch by name. Address me proper.
Tell me, soldier, do you hold sway with your king?
He consults me for his every decision. If I push for war, he will agree. If I argue for peace, he will follow.
Peace is our desired end. Is there a chance that some silver might lead you to counsel your king in the same direction?
A sack of silver? For me? Yes, I might amend my advice to Rodri for a tidy sum of shining metal. Yes.
Yes. But no, you're not getting any money.
You are a wise warrior. Perhaps the silver will come available.
And you, go and take a shit and let me know how it turns out.
Ah, enough of this nonsense!
Ivar Verestes. What is peace but a confusion between two wars? Yeah.
King Rodri.
What is it, Dane?
I wish to help you to peace.
I will not talk of peace until my brother Gwiriad is returned to me.
If you first agree to peace, he will be returned. Would a sum of silver help overleap this difficulty?
I cannot be purchased with looted silver, Dane. Stand away.
Okay then, let's go and talk to Deolaf and say it's in good hands. So we can keep it.
Eivor, my friend.
I spoke with more people.
Have you made a decision at last? Ivar is increasingly agitated.
What is it, Dane? Eivor, I have a letter for you. A letter? For me? Yeah, would have been the perfect opportunity to bring that iconic quote back. You know, make him say that in Rodri. Also, welcome back, Ronnie. Hope you had a good run.
Your silver is in the hands of one who wants it most. Now pray to your god it does some good.
Rodri, I see you mocking me! I challenge you! Single
Ivar,
combat,
no.
now!
Boneless Ivar. Spineless, toothless, gutless. You cannot kill me! A dragon will be my death, as my seers have foretold.
And your brother. Does your destiny guard him?
Gwiriad!
By God Almighty, I'll...
Get him to safety. Go, quickly.
Kill the boneless one! Paint this chapel with his blood!
Weakling!
Like the crossbow!
Ivar! What have you done?
Let's not waste time!
We've got the last of them!
Ah, now that is Vikinger diplomacy! Show the fuckers who the real warriors are.
Ivar, you have scuppered the peace.
Do not be fooled by peace, boy. It is just an empty voice between axe blows.
Dear Lord, this is a massacre.
We have no choice now but to fight our way out of this.
Ah, a good test for you, boy.
Lord, forgive us.
Stay close, Jailbert. You watch my back, and I will pull the knives from yours.
Dear Lord.
Stay here, where it's safest, Bishop.
Help me with this fucking door!
It was one who will do all the peacemaking work anyway. Yeah, I feel like I deserve the money there. Especially if it's like, you know, not really doing anything either. A dragon, yeah? Like a lizard maybe? Maybe. If there's the one guy you hang out with who you know is going to get you in trouble, but it wouldn't be the same without without him. Eivor or Ivar, Ronnie?
Shut up, fight!
Brendan, coward! I am Ivar, King Killer!
For Mercia!
Oh, easy! Ready to your shit!
mean, Eva? Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I agree. Like, Eva's definitely entertaining, you know. He's fun, but it can also really screw things up.
Got them!
How much longer, bloodbag?
Give up, you shit!
Good God, what carnage. We must let Bishop Dalehav know that the battle is done.
Odin is with us!
Yeah, that was a small battle. Holy shit. But yeah, I guess it's time for war.
You murdered Rodri's brother, you beast! Our one chance at peace is lost.
Peace with Rodri is as likely as you dying a virgin, Bishop. It won't happen. He is too canny, too vile.
I mean, yeah. I love Eva for those kind of quotes, don't you? Thought Eva was funny too until the end of the story arc. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely get it, Aura. I was also pretty disappointed in him there. But yeah, I think it's definitely consistent with his character, you know. Like, ever since the start, you kind of like seen how fucked up he is as well. How he treats others, and in a way he's just grooming chill, but for him to become stronger, so he's like more of an enemy, I guess, and also so he can become king killer another time, you know. So at the end, Eva just does it for himself in a way. For his reputation.
What's done is done. We must plan our next moves before the Britons regroup.
They will retreat to their great castle for certain. It's well nigh impregnable.
Then we starve them out. Attack their supplies. Watch them beg for death.
Dear God. More death, more war, endless refugees.
This is our only way forward, dear love. You know the territory best. How can we hurt them?
Well, for food and supplies, they stockpile cargo at Wenlacan Outpost, down south of Quatford. Rodri has another secret supply line. Ask among the refugees near the river, those who have fled from occupied villages.
Rodri's Britons will strike back long before we can.
Indeed. They will send Aenir and his soldiers. They train in Wesbury, west of the ruined tower.
You do not need me to hold your hand, Eivor. I will head to Wesbury, scout around.
I know your method of scouting. It always leads to swordplay.
I am as regular as Tidewater.
I shall go with you, if only to get an honest accounting of our situation.
I will meet you both at Westbury then, once I've done some damage. Until then...
One last thing. We'll need a field before our battle's done. Try to free any captives you find. They'll swell our ranks.
Kind of interesting, the way Chilbert is kind of like questioning Eva here. I guess that might also lead, to Eva kind of like disposing of Chilbert eventually, because Chilbert is not really too friendly with him anymore after this. Reasonably so, of course, because Eva, of course, is the reason we have a war now happening. But yeah, I reckon that doesn't make it easier for Eva not to kill Chilbert. Or you wish there was a way to prevent it, but nope. Yeah, it's bound to happen, unfortunately.
Good Bishop.
Have you made progress, my friend?
Some. Have no fear.
Yeah, I've made lots of progress. Even though I just talked to you a minute ago. Letter to Deola from Cheerwolf. Revert Bishop. It is my intention to install my son Chilbert as Elderman of Shropshire. However, he is yet young and untested. I ask that you, good bishop, stand as Elderman and exercise all attendant powers until such time as my boy grows into himself. At which point you shall return to your God-ordained duties. Cheerwolf, King of Mercia. So that explains the power here that Deolaf is having, right? It's not really something he chose himself. Cheerwolf kind of like decided that for him. Where is Ronnie? Hope you have a good stream later with Los Santos. Thanks for coming by and for joining. And yeah, for those of you who haven't checked out Ronnie before, he's currently doing a playthrough of GTA 5 for the first time ever. So if you want to check that out, there's a link. And yeah, have a look later when he's going live as well. Eve Infinity. Oh, holy crap, Lucy was a Templar. Damn. Big reveal. How's it going, Infinity? Hope you're doing well. Are you excited for the AC news? Rotary, the king of the Britons. Rotary ap Merthin became king of Gwynedd in 844 CE. From marriage to Angarad Ferg Murik, Rotary expanded his kingdom to largely comprise modern-day Wales, giving him the title of King of the Britons. Wedding gift, Wales. More important than the territorial increase, however, was the political intelligence that Angarad brought to the marriage. Together, Rotary and Angarad formed a unified and savvy leadership over expansive holdings surrounded by hostile forces. A canny warrior, Rotary fought against both Mercians and Vikings. He bested Eva the Boneless in an early encounter, and would eventually become known as Rotary More, or Rotary the Great. It's the one DLC you never played. You mean the one where you find out that Lucy is a Templar, Infinity? Ah, okay. So have you just played the Lost Archive then? Because yeah, that's it's actually a really good DLC, I thought. Especially if it to the modern day timeline with Clay and everything. For the Britons. Help, help, I'm being repressed. Bloody peasant. Your memory 7 Infinity? Nice. Yeah, dude, like, Lost Archive is excellent, I thought. It's kind of interesting because when I played AC3 for the first time, that's something that Desmond mentions, that he saw in Brotherhood at the end that Lucy was a Templar. But I hadn't played the Lost Archive DLC myself at that point yet, so I was like, huh? When was that ever revealed, you know? I just took it as a fact after AC3 and Desmond talking about it. But yeah, it didn't happen until much later, a few years back, that I actually checked out the Lost Archive and, you know, uncovered that as well. You're only doing it because of the trophies? I gotcha. Yeah, that's fair enough. Are you also going to play AC3 once you finish with Revelations? Theolaf, Bishop of Cotford. Brought up in an orphanage, Theolaf's calm and careful demeanor led him to devote his life to religion, eventually becoming a much respected priest. During the prolonged war with the Britons, Theolaf served as interim elderman until Ceolwulf of Mercia's son could be installed. Angarat, Lady of the Britons. Angarat of Seysilug or something was tutored by scholars from Cortes. Jesus, these names. Tudors or something. As a girl, she married Rhodri ap Merfyn in the mid-9th century, significantly expanding his kingdom. Although the marriage was political, the two formed a strong bond. She calmed Rhodri's impetuous nature with her measured thoughtfulness. And we have the Builder from the Asgard storyline earlier. This crafty character, known only as the Builder, arrives in Asgard at an opportune time, but even gifts from the Fates come with strings attached. If he is so quick to turn on his former associates, the Jotnar, how will he deal with the Aesir? Well, we know how he dealt with them. It also explains why he killed her when the apple possessed him. That's true, yeah. Yeah, he kind of had like visions of what happened, and what she did, and what she would be doing. You know, bringing back the apple to the Templars, so he decided she had to die. You'll be hitting God of War next on Give Me God of War difficulty, so you can platinum that. Dude. I was already struggling on regular difficulty in some of the fights with God of War, so I can only imagine how difficult it would be with that difficulty. Especially doing the Valkyries and stuff. Yeah, no worries, Ronnie. We'll catch you later. And indeed, it is a great movie for sure. Gotta rewatch that soon again. I think it's either for the platinum. Damn. Well, I wish you best of luck with that Infinity, because yeah, I don't envy you with the difficulty. The Britons. Hostile to both Saxons and the Norse, the Britons come from a cluster of kingdoms along England's western border that would coalesce to become modern Wales. Because of their independent spirit and distinctive language, the Britons were often in conflict with both Mercia and Wessex. During the 8th century, King Offa of Mercia established a border in the form of a long earthwork. More like a ditch, really. In the 9th century, Rhodri ap Merfyn rose to assimilate several other kingdoms in the nascent steppe, forming Wales, thus becoming known as King of the Britons. His nimble forces countered both Mercian and Viking invaders. Road is in Jorvik. Alright, we have like some new letters that the poor fellow soldier of Christ has written. If Wood, a well-placed man, clever and elusive, he must die so that the rest of us may live. Benito, notorious coin clipper and black marketeer. And the Firebrand, a religious fanatic bent on destruction. So these are all the targets in Jorvik that we're gonna get to later. If you beat the Valkyries on New Game Plus, you get a nice armor set that increases damage massively. Ah, interesting. I didn't know that. I do want to replay God of War eventually, but maybe New Game Plus would be like a good way of doing it without spending too much time on a playthrough. Barney, speaking of doctors, you're gonna go see a doctor now, later. No worries at all, Barney. Hope you have a good visit at the doctor's. And thanks for dropping by. I'll catch you next time. Let's actually go for the assassin car trip next year. Have like a smoke bomb. Perfect. Definitely won't spoil the armor name, but it is used in most builds that beat the Valks on Give Me God of War mode. Ah, okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, that would be pretty good to have. Because you could do New Game Plus Give Me God of War playthrough as well, right? I assume. So that would be quite useful to have for that kind of run.
Friend or foe?
Friends. Peace. I was told you might know where the Britons bring in their supplies.
Are we your friends, Dane?
I would have it so.
After years of blood and gore, looting and burning, forgive us if we don't trust a Dane.
You can New Game Plus run through in Give Me God of War mode. Ah, okay. So New Game Plus on a New Game Plus mode. Fair enough.
As a Norse, I know I have little right to ask for your help. But I am fighting to bring this war to an end.
If you're truly fighting that devil, Rodri, I'll tell you what I know. The Britons move their goods through Dustin Quarry. See that tower to the south? That's the Hillgate remnants. Further on, you'll find the stone quarry.
And thank you.
Hold a moment. If you need extra help...
I may.
Good Mercian men are working in that quarry. They all fought for Thane Merton. If you find yourself in a pitched fight, call out his name in praise. The workers will rally to you.
God bless Thane Merton. Understood.
Well then. South of the Hillgate remnants.
What do you see?
So he was talking about this one, right? I believe. Yeah, indeed. Well then, let's go ahead to a viewpoint here. And we can also go ahead and fight the Zealot over there. Oh yeah. Also got a mystery here. Ooh, a fighting battle. Don't mind if I do.
Well, look at this whelp. Not a lot of fight in you, is there?
You might be surprised. What do you want?
I'd like to do with words what the Coran deprives my fists.
What?
I want to have a fighting match.
I'm ready to duel. My pet, now speak. Let us see if your skills a match for your pride.
I am feared by all men, be they northern or Saxon.
And your thick little skull's fit for grinding my axe on.
Stronger than I thought. Oh, you think you can scare me? I'm tougher than you.
You're not much of a man, but you're a brave little shrew.
Weakness! Utter weakness! Let's dispense with these poems and have a real row.
If it's fighting you want, I shall take you on now.
You think you're good with words, eh? How about your fists?
I will have my winnings, please.
Earn them!
Well then, can do that.
Now you pay!
Damn, he dodged it.
Enough! You've proven yourself. I must say I'm impressed. A test for the mind and the body. Take what you've earned.
Thank you. I will.
Stop that now! Don't point that at me!
Or what? I'm just fighting words. You're not fighting so much. Yeah, it'd be really fun for sure. Always enjoy it. Okay, let's go for the Zealot next year. Actually, I've got my access further. I don't think so. And I'm really lacking iron here. With Outmare. Perhaps the most thoughtful of the Order Zealots, Outmare has written a series of poems on the topic Head Stopped from Shoulders. He is a boon companion of a dart with whom he enjoys a good chess game. Well then, let me tell you about some lopped off heads, shall I? I want to get you into stun status. I killed him with a knock, running him over. I didn't even realize I was like dealing damage. Oh, definitely climatic death, right? Not worthy of Valhalla. For the funny battle animation yesterday, one of your Yom's Vikings beheaded someone in battle, and the poor guy's headless body kept running for about 10 feet after his head was gone. Damn. I'm not sure if I've seen that one before. Was determined.
Why? 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 Lost are everyone.
You mostly, Adkut.
Bretha, Ustre, and Setere. I served the true gods. The old ones. To be killed by you holds honor. Killing holds all glory.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Exactly. Oh, we got a weapon room. It's our first one, I think. At least the special one. Increase critical chance when low health. Well, I'm gonna take it. It's not really too much of use to us here because I don't intend on being low health, but why not? If your orders, I must fulfill them as you see fit. Do not forget, however, you serve two masters. The Dart will leave instructions for you at the old tower east of Kausto Castle. East of Kausto Castle. I don't think we haven't covered Kausto Castle yet. You killed that guy yesterday too, Aura? Nice. Yeah. Kinda found his name a bit funny. The Geld Remover. Because Geld in, or Geld in German is money in English. Ava by Short Dragon, welcome in. No matter about fighting another spear wielder. Yeah, they can be quite annoying. Super fast as well. That's the worst, isn't it? If I just copy whatever weapons you're wielding. Or dare they? Hey Vestercat, welcome in, dude. Why should Dragon use Sister Kid an NPC in Skyrim for having the same hairstyle as her? I mean, that sounds reasonable to me. There can only be one hairstyle per person. The south of this place is a quarry, apparently.
Survey the area, Sunan.
It's got that area. Wonder if that is a quarry. I imagine so. Let's go down here first.
Best not to draw attention here. Wenlokan outpost. If I take the cargo here, the Britons will be weakened and want peace.
Yeah, don't mind me. Thanks for waiting for me there. Get killed. Nice, actually need some cargo here. Very helpful indeed. Come down here. I probably already have 20 of those same helmets. But it's a good thing in Valhalla, right? All the gear is like unique. But yeah, as of Odyssey I probably would have like probably even more than that. Would imagine. How did you not die from this? Did he say? I've actually worn a Viking helmet like that and have a picture of it. Ah, did you? Nice. Did you wear it for like a specific context or something? Like an event or something like that?
You Dane! Get me out of this cursed chicken coop!
Men for Deolaf's feared. More valuable than cargo.
I give you freedom. Now you give this Shire your pike. I will.
Nice. Orders concerning prisoners. Should we capture any Saxons, keep them alive. We make use of them to build earthen works or to work the quarry. Inya ab Kadvak. It was freaking heavy and the guy even took off the chain more to make it lighter. A small medieval fair about early medieval period. I gotcha. Nice dude. Yeah, I mean I can imagine. Like, imagine having to carry all that equipment they had to carry, you know. Also a bit ridiculous when you have like full armor in, you know, AC games for example, and then you go like swimming or something. Would drown quicker and you could ask for help. Okay, I missed some cargo here.
Be my eyes, Zunin.
Reckon up there, isn't it?
That's done. Now to track down their supply line. We will drag Rodri back to the peace table soon enough.
Alright, so we got that. Let's also go to the quarry down here because that's where we have to go for the other quest. To prepare for the war here. Supply line.
The stone quarry, filled with Briton supply carts. Once I burn those, we'll push Rodri to peace.
Report prisoner labor. Inir. Report the captured Saxons to work in the quarry. They are bitter because you killed their leader. I've never seen men work so slowly. I will increase punitive measures until they cheer up. Amen. Right, let's find the cards. This one.
Morgora titiafa. Many thust.
Sorry, dude. I gave you time to slip away. Was so close to water? Right, he just had to walk straight in there. It's his own fault. Dude, stop moving. What the fuck? Die, thank you. Fluga.
For the love of Saint Cuthbert, free me! These men will fight for us.
Shropshire needs you.
Fluga, wish you knew what that meant. Not too sure actually. Maybe like flee your foes, or fly your foes.
God's ground in the bushes.
where's the last cargo thing? The logic of that flying curve, amazing. But honestly, that combo was pretty sick. Buddy into stun, finisher into the Po assassination and chain assassination. It was like one of the best combos I've ever done.
Let me out. I want to fight these bastards. They'll have asked me to free the prisoners to strengthen our feud.
Did some googling and apparently it does mean something along the lines of flee. Or see then. I was right.
Shropshire needs you. Thank you.
I wonder if it's based on like Latin or something. To Merton. He came to our fields and said to us plain, "Come with me to fight, protect our domain." We took up our sickles, our hammers and chains. We fought with Merton, Merton our vein. He led us in battle, praised be his name. He came at us like waves again and again. He felled many Britons, their blood felt like rain. Our brother Merton, brave Merton our fane. 3 foes overwhelmed him, there on the plain. He fought on with honor, he fought on in vain. Shed tears for Merton, Merton our fane. Shed tears for Merton is slain. Got the sarcophagus shield. It's kinda fitting. Based on Old English. Fair enough. So is the Old English word literally called fluga, or is it just inspired by that word? So what's the original word then? In Old English, I wonder. Love that finisher. Leon. Ah, okay. Interesting. It definitely sounds quite different, I guess. That's also where fleeing or fleeing is comes from. Makes sense, yeah, for sure. Hey, the viewer, welcome in, dude. Good morning. Okay, wherever is this last supply card?
Sunan, guide me.
Ah, it's over there. Okay. I got it.
Doda tuwila. Agnen gathi tera.
The quarry and Wenlock both done. That should shake Rodri to his senses. Now to Westbury, before Ivar causes more problems.
Nice. So yeah, that's all the preparations we had to do here for the war, I reckon. Now we just had to find Ivar. This person on the road west of the Hillgate remnants. Ivar's waiting near the northeastern entrance of Westbury. So I guess up here? I would think so. And this area is so beautiful. The fuck? Where am I? Fuck. Amazing picture. I think the issue was that I jumped off a horse, went that into slow motion and aimed back, and that somehow glitched the game. It's not really a move I do very often. Or I guess that I imagine what people would do very often, but yeah. You know, under the map fishy. Jesus Christ. Or replaying this game has made you want a PS5 because the graphics are sorely lacking on the PS4. I can imagine, yeah. It looks amazing on the new gen. I've seen a bit of PS4 gameplay and it looks alright, of course, like still beautiful. But yeah, not quite the same. Ava Con, welcome in. Yeah, was a bit weird. Yeah, that limbo. Valhalla, obviously. Yeah, I don't know, man. Let's see where we land, I guess. Okay, with that. Found the nothingness of Valhalla. Kind of like the difference here between desynchronized and death kind of like screen. Because in desynchronization, like through something like, you know, going to a region you're not supposed to go, you have like all of these enemy shards around. The barbarians saw some dude disappearing into the ground. Pretty much. Probably broke his brain there or something. Anyways. Let's go up here. Shall we? Have a good story to tell tonight at the campfire. Yeah. Make them believe into the gods or something. I saw a miracle. So many Britons around here. They all have to die. Obviously. It also had to be done, clearly.
Cast about this land, my friend.
Smell that
Ivar. Tailbat too.
I think so. A faint grassy odor?
No, no. The air smells of distant thunder. Thor walks with us.
Kinda cool that, you know, Ivar can kind of predict the weather, I guess. Naturally.
Ivar, Tailbat.
Hey, Eivor. I was telling the Aetherling here that Thor is with us this day. Our victory is assured.
So, what is your plan?
That bastard Anir commands this hamlet. So let us show these folks what happens when a village bows to the Britons. Smash it to kindling, burn it to ashes, and cut Anir's tender throat. Right, my boy?
I hope to fight well, not cruelly. The cutting of throats I leave to you.
If we prevail here, Tailbat becomes Elderman.
First an Aetherling, soon an Elderman, one day the king. Oh, you are jumping rank, boy.
I hope to begin my tenure in peace, Ivar. Let us finish this here, once and for all.
Even talks like an Elderman now. Oh, my blood runs hot. Let us rush in now and leave a trail of bloody kindling.
A stealthy approach might earn us more time.
Bah, I prefer sound and fury. But do as you must.
Oh, never mind. I admit to myself just now. But yeah, I'm gonna go for the stealth option here because that's what Ava would go for, I think. It doesn't matter really later because Eva would choose combat regardless. But yeah, I'm gonna go stealthy for as long as I can. King Cyprian power? I mean like power level? We are very close to getting to 200. So yeah, almost there.
I want to go in quietly. No point bringing every armed Briton down on our heads.
Am I to stand here drooling like a village idiot waiting for your success?
Shall bet. Listen to this old man's stories and wipe his drool for him.
I am not a patient man, Eivor. Put these dogs down quietly, or I may just join you the way I did in Leicester. We will stay behind and draw runes in the dirt. But do not take long. My blood is up.
Won't be gentle if they spot me.
That didn't work apparently. Guess you gotta aim a bit yeah.
Eivor, are you not done? Have you stopped to nap? Enough! I will have blood!
Come on.
God, Eivor, you are a rabid hound.
Oh, so much to that. We let us burn 2 houses so far. Or cottages, I guess. That was more fun anyway, for sure, yeah. Actually enjoy this stuff in Valhalla. As much criticism as it gets, I think it's a really fun system. But yeah, no stuff fast now, though.
Of soldiers, less support for Rodri.
To the daddy point.
Chickens are taking us off the chickens. Wait.
Rodri's brother should be enough for him.
Eivor, here comes Anir. He's roaring in like a winter sea.
damn tea!
Or you also enjoy the combat in Valhalla a lot? You find yourself looking for more bits? Yeah, definitely. Combat is my favorite out of a free RPG game, for sure. It's also because of like the variety of weapons and finishers and all that type of stuff. Got him.
So much for Unir. Yeah, that's the last of them. Let us get a good view of our handiwork, Jailbird. Join us, Eivor. Look here! Look upon this masterpiece!
Don't worry, Seraph. We'll catch you next time. Thank you for dropping by and for joining. And yeah, you have a good one.
Eivor! Did you see Jailbird fight? He is all balls now!
I give thanks for victory, and ask penance for taking lives.
Oh, Jailbird, your god bores me to death. Have a laugh! We won!
And I took no pleasure in it, Ivar.
Eivor and I were made for this, my boy. The song of swords, the blood mist, the bone crunch and baring of teeth.
Is this enough blood paid, Ivar? We've spilled enough to slake the thirst of Fenrir.
Why stop there?
Jailbird, I would know your mind on all this. Are you satisfied with our victory?
I believe I am. I'll need word from Rodri as soon as possible. What does he intend?
He will see the flames. He will know Espery has been destroyed.
The bleeding pus pit claims only a dragon can defeat him. We will soon put that to the test.
It is peace we want, Ivar, not revenge. If you cannot accept that, return to Repton now.
You do not know Rodri as I do, Eivor. You do not know what a slippery, lying shit he can be.
Enough talk of killing! I need a moment of calm.
You need mead.
No, Ivar. True calm. A walk in the woods to clear the air. Or fishing. Would you go fishing with me?
Fishing, huh? Looking for a warm puddle to dangle your worm in?
I saw a small pond nearby. Will you come?
We can all take a moment to allow our blood to cool.
It's just up here.
I have no fondness for fishing. Where is the sport in it? There's no chance the fish will kill me.
It's like, yeah, we just burned this entire village, but let's go fishing right next to it to calm our mind. Seems legit. But yeah, I guess it's a sign of like true inner peace, you know, like being able to do it right next to the place you just burned.
Let's fish for eel. Deolav relishes nettle soup cooked with eels fresh from the water.
I will not fish. You go ahead.
A chicken just jumping into the water. Rip.
Look at all those delicious fish.
Great plan. Surely is. But should be proud of it.
Hooked! Bring it to shore! Well done, Eivor. An eel!
An eel. True inner peace, true chill bad. Yeah, sure. But last time you played this game, you never got fishing tools, so in this curse you had to use your bow and arrow. Damn. Yeah, that would be quite tricky, especially with eels, you know. Not the biggest fish. Come on, bites. I'd like trying to hit a worm. Yeah, I can imagine. Done my fair share of arrow and bow hunting. Fish and yeah, maybe something.
Another eel. Almost enough for a hearty soup. Hooked! Bring it to shore. That's enough for now. Bishop Dalab will be pleased. Let's go tell Ivar about our catch.
That took longer than clearing this village.
We caught some eel for a feast. The bishop should be pleased.
The simple fellow comes now.
Ah, a strange way to celebrate victory. But then again, our Christ was a fisher of souls, was he not?
Bishop, greetings. We've the makings for a delicious soup.
I'm grateful, Ceolbert, but my heart is heavy. So many homes burnt. We'll be years rebuilding.
You should have seen Ceolbert fight. He will be an alderman with sack and guts, fearsome and raw.
I should rather be fair and just, but I take the compliment.
I have sent word to the Britons. I pray King Rodri will again be open to peace, in spite of his brother's murder.
It worked in our favor. Look where we landed. Britons begging for mercy like whiny pups.
We set the village ablaze, yes. But peace is not guaranteed. And it will take another sort of skill to win it. Restraint.
Our next steps are critical, my lords. And after what happened in Quatford, it is clear to me that Ivar should lay low.
Lay low? After all I have done here, you tell me to dunk my head?
The good bishop is right, Ivar. You have a warrior's heart, not a peacemaker's.
Fuck you, Wolf-Kissed. I know Rodri, and I know the kind of tricks he will pull. That is me warning you. If you hear me farting, that is my welcome to the bastard.
You bruised his pride, Eivor.
If you have some balm for it, by all means, share it.
His pride makes him difficult, and his anger makes him hasty. But he is not without honest feeling. I will hunt him a great boar, I think. And together we'll roast it over a fire and tell tales of war. That should please him.
Bishop, we must prepare for Rodri's arrival. Rally our men and set up a camp just here.
Peace or war will be decided, but not yet, not now. We must wait.
I loathe waiting.
It is all in God's hands. We can but pray and give thanks for this moment of rest.
The Britons have come!
The moment has ended.
This way, by the Great Oak!
Where is Ceolbert? He ought to be present for these talks as our future elderman.
He went hunting. For wild boar, he said.
That was quite some time ago, no?
We cannot wait. We should settle the peace now.
Lady Angharad, Greetings.
We come to speak of peace.
We are gladdened to hear it. But where is your great king?
He stays at the castle at my behest. I feared his presence would inflame the cutthroat Ivar.
Orochi is one of the few people who actually likes and understands Ivar's human side, and Ivar has to go and kill him anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Chilbert definitely cared for Ivar. And he could definitely understand, you know, why he's acting the way he does. But, yeah. It was definitely a bit foolish, both from Eivor and Chilbert, to trust Ivar, I guess. Especially after excluding him.
We have confined our cutthroat to his tent.
Both of us fretting over our war-hungry companions. It seems we are of the same mind.
A surplus of caution never did any harm. I count this as a blessing.
Perhaps then at long last we can end this war. Our peoples have suffered enough.
And your proposal?
We shall withdraw all our soldiers to the time-honored border of our lands. We ask only that you give us some days to collect our furnishings and leave Kausto Castle. In return, you pledge to end all hostilities as of this moment.
These terms are generous. We have a truce.
Truly.
Praise be, this is well and quickly done. God go with you and your king, Lady Angharad.
I salute you all. You waged a good war. Let us now wage a lasting peace.
I stand bewildered, Eivor. In the blink of an eye, years of blood and sweat are put to an end.
You have walked a difficult road, Bishop.
Ceolbert must learn the good news. Will you tell him when you see him?
I'll find him now. Stretch your wings, Sunan.
But it usually is always...
Where in Hellheimer has Ceolbert gone to? Someone here must know.
Letter to Ceolbert. Son, Bishop Theodulf informs me that you are making fine progress towards becoming a leader. I doubt it not. Soon you will be elder men, and when my time on earth is done, you shall be king. Your father, Ceolwulf of Mercia.
Have you seen Ceolbert?
I don't keep track of the comings and goings of the Arderling. Ask another.
I'm looking for Ceolbert. Have you seen him?
Last I saw, he was sharpening arrowheads.
Ivar, it is done.
Peace, eh? And now everyone is shitting themselves with happiness.
If not happiness, then relief. Have you seen Ceolbert? I want to pass on the good news.
He asked me to go hunting earlier, but I am in no such mood.
Ivar, it is...
Yeah.
He's just repeating what he said already.
Hey, Eivor.
Have you seen Ceolbert?
My brother saw him last.
Drunk as a mackerel, isn't he?
Celebrating the peace. Got started early.
Wake up!
Huh?
Where is Ceolbert?
Bert?
Did none of you see Ceolbert?
Only him, Drenger. You will have to wait until he sleeps it off.
I love waiting.
Does he often get this soaked?
By all the gods, he does. Twice a week. Once for 3 days, another for 4. Then twice on Sundays.
Twice on Sundays.
When you need him to sober up, what do you do?
Keep this to yourself, but once or twice when I needed a quick word, I dumped him in a lake.
It's worth a try. Must be some way I can wake this drunk.
Well then, let's get him in the water. I think this shall suffice.
By Odin and Thor, it's freezing!
A nice nap?
That's a low thing to do to a man.
I am looking for Chaelbert.
The soft Saxon boy?
The next Elderman, yes.
Said he was going hunting to bring back a feast for Ivar and the rest.
I know he went hunting, but where?
Round the mouth of a cave nearby. Follow the stream up the mountain. South of here.
That's enough to go on. Thank you.
Into the lake with you? Indeed. It's time again.
Go, my eyes. What happened here? This doesn't look good. Not from a boar. A wolf dragging something through the dirt. Tears of Freya. Chaelbert, you live. Stay quiet. You're badly hurt. A dragon on the hilt. Gods, the Briton crest. Keep breathing, boy. Oh, you haven't got long. I will take you back to say your goodbyes.
And
I can get you to the others.
what's your bet? You wish I didn't have finished animations of the animals, it makes it sad. That's fair, Aura. And also with the animal noises and everything.
Shh, save your strength. Hush. Hush, Gilbert. We'll soon be among friends.
Man, I feel really bad, Gilbert here. Also for Eivor, you know, that's been kind of like also grooming Gilbert to become, you know, a good elderman, and he would have, you know, someone who decided, who understands the ways from all sides of a conflict. Understands the struggles of both, you know, the Anglo-Saxons and the Norse. Gilbert's sword just resting there. Yeah. Where's it actually attached to? I wonder.
Some help here! Ivar! Deolav! By the hand of Thor!
Is that the underling?
Eivor, what happened? No. No! You foolish boy, what did you do?
I found him deep in a cave, beset by wolves. Ivar.
Easy, boy. Easy.
Ivar.
Get me an axe, right fucking now!
Ivar. He's gone.
An axe!
His god will take him.
Requiescat in pace. Go to your god, boy. And I will sing for you in Valhalla. This was no wolf. Tell me what happened.
Yeah, it was no wolf. Remember this part, Harbinger? Yeah. Yeah, this is really turning around the story arc as well, you know. Indeed, Rod. Rest in peace, Gilbert. You couldn't get out of the cave with his body on you? Yeah, it's a bit tricky, the pathfinding there. Also made me struggle a little bit when I first played it.
We were fools. An Aetherling was entrusted to us in time of war. We did not protect him.
I taught him to protect himself!
Not well enough. This was stuck in his chest.
Requiescat in pace. Rodri! But why?
You murdered his brother. Did you think he would let that lie so easily?
I told you he was a trickster. Peace was never his goal. He takes blood for blood.
Bishop Deolav! Over here.
The walls of his fortress will not protect him. I will sheath this dagger into his lungs.
We must move fast then. Attack before Rodri can revel in his trick.
No mercy this time, Wolf-Kissed. You spared that wet turd Leofrith. We will not spare Rodri.
I swear.
Lord above, what's happened? Ceolbert!
Murdered.
May the Lord who frees you from sin save you and raise you up.
Sent the boy's body to his father. He will want the Christian burial. Lady Angharad said Rodri is holed up in Kausto Castle. That may have been a lie or a tiny slip. Either way, we should find out.
There is a spot near the fortress to set up camp. We will scout it together.
Wait here till I return.
Fine. And remember, leave Rodri to me.
Is that the other?
Interesting detail, but when Eivor showcases the dagger to Ivar, you know, Ivar kind of like takes it and then puts it away into his inventory. You know, kind of like confirming, of course, that was his dagger after all. But yeah, guys, that's where we're gonna stop for today with AC Valhalla and the story in Shropshire. Next time we will definitely be finishing the story arc because we're almost at the end here. There's only the conquest battle and then of course the aftermath of it. But yeah, won't take too long till we finish that story arc. Of course, also want to do a lot of the mysteries as well before we head for the area here. But yeah, I definitely think we can do all of this next time. I'll probably also do some other side stuff next time as well, like maybe another river raid or so, to do some more progress there. But yeah, after that we are off to the next area, which will be Kent, down here to the southeast. And yeah, that's gonna be also a very intriguing storyline because it's gonna focus a bit more on Basim and also Basim's backstory. So yeah, especially in regards to Mirage, this is probably the most interesting story arc, I think, because Basim actually talks about his time in you know, the Clairgard, and I'm not sure if he mentions Baghdad. I don't think he does, but still, gonna be cool seeing that. But if I'm playing dumb, also Ixion replays, knowing of course what happens. Yeah. Yeah, for somebody who's so obsessed with like Valhalla, you know, and kind of like deaths that are worthy of honor, you know, killing Gilbert like that was definitely a dick move. He could have at least made his intentions clear and faced him head on, but no. Yeah, there we go. We're now 49 hours and 41 minutes into the game. Pushing to 50 here. Oh yeah. But yeah. Go ahead and quit here. And then we're gonna see who's online and who we can raid today. First of all, I want to thank you all so much for coming by and for joining today's stream of AC Valhalla. Thanks also to all the resubs today at Morrow, Waffle and Puppet. Really appreciate it. Thanks also again, Rod, for the raid earlier. And yeah, thank you also to all the follows as well. Off the shelf reviews and Zombie Reggie Chris while I was offline. And also thank you King Cyprian as well for joining the stream. That's the voice, Rod. And you as well, Aura. Thank you guys so much for being here. Hope you enjoy your time as well, Aura, with more of AC Valhalla on the weekend, I reckon. But a very low act, a coward. Yeah. Almost makes you want to deny the X for Eva, but I'm still gonna give it to him because I know how much it means to, you know, the Vikings. Yeah. Okay, so I think we're gonna go and raid Maxi. He's currently doing some Rise of the Tomb Raider. I reckon he's gonna push to finish the game today, most likely, or at least the main story. If you wanna hop along with a raid to Maxi, there's also some raid emotes you can copy and paste into the chat if you like. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with more of Red Dead Redemption 2. We're gonna push to finish chapter 6 very soon. Probably not tomorrow, but I want to do everything, get everything to a point where we can finish the stream after tomorrow. So yeah, hopefully by the end of September we will be at least starting the epilogue, if not finishing it. And yeah, then it's time for a new game actually, which is Sleeping Dogs. It's a game that Maxi picked for 300,000 points as a priority pick. So I'm definitely intrigued seeing how that's like. It's kind of like a GTA style game in Hong Kong, which is a bit more arcadey, but yeah, it looks kind of interesting. So looking forward to get to that one as well. But yeah, until then, I hope you all have a great rest of the day, and I will see you all tomorrow for some Red Dead Redemption 2. Take care.
High precision getter.
High precision getter?